Quantos empreendedores foram beneficiados no Fortaleza Capacita?
Uns 2.000?
5.000.
6.000 para cima.
O programa Fortaleza Capacita já qualificou mais de 20.000 empreendedores e tem mais ações da Prefeitura para gerar oportunidades e renda. O Costurando o Futuro já beneficiou centenas de pessoas e o programa Nossas Guerreiras capacitou mais de 12.000 mulheres, além de oferecer crédito para mais de 1.000 empreendedoras. Prefeitura de Fortaleza, transformando desafios em novas conquistas.
Às vezes a gente se pergunta, de onde vem essa força capaz de mover um país? No fundo a gente já sabe, vem de quem arregaça as mangas e faz acontecer. Fácil? Ninguém disse que seria, mas ninguém melhor que o empreendedor para entender que é preciso algum sacrifício para seguir em frente e realizar. Mas e aí, vai melhorar lá na frente? É nisso que a gente acredita, no trabalho, na soma dos esforços, e principalmente em um país com mais liberdade para quem quer empreender e produzir mais. Vem crescer junto, porque de uma coisa você pode ter certeza: se um Brasil mais forte depende de todos nós, estamos prontos. Pode contar com a força do Sebrae para fazer mais, inovar mais, apoiar e trabalhar junto para construir um novo país. Sebrae, a força do empreendedor brasileiro.
Você já conhece a SESI Clínica? Com unidades na Parangaba, no Centro, Maracanaú, Sobral e Juazeiro do Norte, as SESI Clínicas são abertas ao público e oferecem exames e consultas de diversas especialidades com preços que cabem no seu bolso. Agende agora sua consulta ou exame. Ligue 4009-6300. SESI Ceará. Feliz de quem tem.
Olá, senhoras e senhores.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Ceará Global 2022. This is an event focusing on international business. We are in the BS Design Auditorium in Fortaleza, capital of Ceará. We are having an online transmission through Metrópole Virtual platform, created especially for the event, so as to guarantee an immersive experience for our visitors. This is performed yearly in a itinerant manner. Ceará Global donated its main event about the internationalization process of Ceará's economy, foreign trade, and attracting foreign investments. In the years 2017 and 2018, the event happened on the HQ of the Federation of Industry of States of Ceará, SEG.
Com o tema A Força das Micro e Pequenas Empresas, o Ceará Global teve espaço na sede do Sebrae Ceará. Nos anos de 2020, com o tema Um Futuro 360 Graus, e de 2021, com a temática dos clusters, o evento aconteceu somente no formato online. Este ano, retomamos para o formato presencial, mas com transmissão em paralelo, para darmos oportunidade ao máximo possível de pessoas usufruírem desses 2 dias de experiências e conexões entre o Ceará e o mundo, e também de maneira alinhada com os Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável, os ODS. O Ceará Global é um projeto idealizado pela Câmara Temática de Comércio Exterior e Investimento, vinculada à Agência de Desenvolvimento Econômico do Estado do Ceará, a ADES, em associação com a Câmara Brasil-Portugal do Ceará, FIEC, Sebrae, FEComércio e Unifor, e 24 outras entidades públicas e privadas que atuam de forma coordenada em prol da internacionalização da economia cearense. Além do evento anual, o Ceará Global publica constantemente através do LinkedIn uma seleção de notícias sobre o ambiente de negócios no Ceará, voltado para potenciais investidores estrangeiros e com uma rede que já ultrapassa 11.000 conexões. Registramos aqui os nossos sinceros agradecimentos a todo o corpo diretivo da Câmara Brasil-Portugal no Ceará, em especial aos diretores Esg Monteiro, de Assuntos Aduaneiros, Eni de Câmara, de Eventos, Karina Gaia, do Jurídico,
E a executiva Grivânia Teixeira, em nome de todos os associados da Câmara. Agradecemos também ao senhor Armando Abreu, um dos fundadores do Ceará Global, e aos cofundadores Mônica Luz, coordenadora técnica deste evento, e Rômulo Alexandre Soares. Um agradecimento especial também ao empresário Beto Studart, presidente do Grupo BSPAR, que este ano anfitriona o evento neste belíssimo espaço do BS Design Corporate Towers e que sempre foi um apoiador constante do Ceará Global. Nossos agradecimentos ainda aos integrantes do Comitê Técnico pela união de esforços e de talentos e pela doação do tempo na preparação de um conteúdo de alto nível em prol do sucesso desse evento. Nosso muito obrigado de forma especial aos nossos palestrantes e mediadores que aceitaram o convite e que enriquecerão a programação técnica com seus conhecimentos e suas vivências. Peço uma calorosa salva de palmas aos nossos palestrantes e mediadores, por favor. Recebemos neste momento a excelentíssima senhora governadora do estado do Ceará, Isolda Sela, que convido a subir acompanhada dos nossos anfitriões, presidente Eugênio Vieira, da Câmara Brasil-Portugal no Ceará, e o senhor Hermes Monteiro, presidente da Câmara Setorial de Comércio Exterior e Investimento Estrangeiro. Convido também a compor a mesa o excelentíssimo senhor Francisco de Queiroz Maia Júnior, secretário do Desenvolvimento Econômico e Trabalho do Estado do Ceará. Excelentíssimo senhor Arthur Bruno, secretário do Meio Ambiente do Estado do Ceará. Senhor José Sampaio de Souza Filho, diretor de inovação da FIEC, líder do Observatório da Indústria e presidente do CIMEC, representando o presidente Ricardo Cavalcante, da FIEC. Senhor Danilo Serpa, presidente do Complexo Industrial e Portuário do PECEM, CIP-SA. Senhor Eduardo Alves Dias Neto, diretor da FEComércio Ceará, neste ato representando o presidente Cid Alves. Senhor Joaquim Cartacho, diretor superintendente do SEBRAE Ceará. E a excelentíssima senhora professora Fátima Veras, reitora da Universidade de Fortaleza, a Unifor. Neste momento, convido os presentes aqui no auditório e a nossa audiência também na transmissão online a acompanharmos com atenção e respeito a execução do Hino Nacional Brasileiro. Podemos tomar lugar no auditório e aqui no palco, por favor, para complementar o nosso palco. Agora sim, convido novamente o senhor Eduardo Alves Dias Neto, diretor da Fé Comércio Ceará, neste ato representando o presidente Cid Alves. Para dar as boas-vindas em nome do Ceará Global, ouviremos as falas dos dois presidentes das entidades realizadoras do evento. Iniciamos pelo senhor Eugênio Vieira, presidente da Câmara Brasil-Portugal no Ceará.
Brasil-Portugal Chamber of Ceará.
Obrigado, Mauro.
Mauro.
Boa tarde a todos. Sejam bem-vindos ao Ceará Global 2022. Gostaria inicialmente de cumprimentar a todos aqui presentes que estão aqui na abertura do Ceará Global. Nos honra muito a presença de todos. Em especial, gostaria aqui de saudar a Excelentíssima Senhora Governadora do Estado do Ceará, a professora Isolda Sela. Governadora, a sua presença na abertura do Ceará Global muito nos honra e abrilhanta ainda mais esse evento. Saúdo também, igualmente, o secretário de Governo do Estado do Ceará, excelentíssimo senhor Maia Júnior, excelentíssimo senhor Arthur Bruno. Não sei se o secretário César Ribeiro não chegou, mas deixo aqui meu abraço. Com quem estivemos recentemente, inclusive o secretário Maia Júnior, em Portugal, promovendo uma visita, uma missão de internacionalização da economia cearense, e que agradeço pelo apoio que tem dado não só à Câmara Brasil-Portugal, mas também ao Ceará Global. Deixo também aqui um abraço ao excelentíssimo senhor vice-prefeito Elcio Batista, também um amigo que é entusiasta do processo de internacionalização, que nos apoiou muito nesse evento. Saúdo também o diretor da FIEX, Sampaio, que neste ato representa o doutor Ricardo Cavalcante. A FIEX sempre foi uma apoiadora e grande parceira do Ceará Global. Muito obrigado pelo apoio incondicional da FIEX. Gostaria também aqui de registrar a presença do amigo e presidente do Complexo Industrial do Porto do Pecém, o senhor Danilo Serpa. Danilo, sua presença também muito nos honra. A gente sabe que o Complexo Industrial do Porto do Pecém não poderia deixar de estar presente aqui, já que é a principal área de desenvolvimento e internacionalização do Estado do Ceará. Cumprimento também o diretor superintendente do SEBRAE, o senhor Joaquim Cartacho. O SEBRAE sempre apoiou o Ceará Global desde o seu início. E agradeço, Cartacho, seu apoio e, enfim, está sempre presente aqui em nosso evento. Saúdo também a excelentíssima senhora reitora da Unifor, a professora Fátima Veras. A Unifor também foi fundadora do Ceará Global, uma das entidades que compõem a nossa missão. Acho que saudei a todos. Deixo aqui também um abraço ao Elvis Monteiro, nosso presidente da Câmara Setorial de Comércio Internacional. Saúdo também, quem mais? Faltando alguém? Desculpa, o Eduardo Alves, diretor
the Director of FE Commerce. No. He directs the President of SEG Commercio, Cid Alves. Ladies and gentlemen, Ceará Global is in its sixth year. From 2017, it is a movement that congregates several institutions and entities that promote internationalization of the Ceará economy, such as FIEC, SEBRAE, Unifor, ACIP, and other institutions. Ceará Global has the proposal of showing all the connections between Ceará and the world. So show Ceará to the world and show the world what we have in Ceará. Today, we can consider Ceará Global to be the biggest event of our state, as it is about the internationalization subject. And this year, we will debate for 2 days the subject that is sustainable business, with a focus on 3 segments that are transforming the Ceará economy: energetic transition, creative economy. In these 3 subjects, Ceará has taken up a leading role internationally, and it is strongly associated to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals set up by the UN, the 17 SDGs, and among these 17 goals, I would like to say that the event also concerned itself in promoting the SDGs, like gender equality, incentivizing female empowerment. All of our panelists will have the participation of women. Most of them our panelists are mostly women, and I cannot stop mentioning that this event is coordinated and organized by great women, like Monica Luz, Enid Câmara, Larissa, Marta Campello, Laura Rivero, among many others, who I thank in the name of the whole team and the directors for their dedication. We're very happy that we are back to presential mode of the event. The past 2 years, the event was only in a virtual form due to the pandemic. But this year, it will happen in a hybrid form. I would like to point out our virtual metropolis will be accessible to all until 31st of December 2022. Don't forget access this to know our virtual platform. Finally, I would like to thank all the sponsors and supporters of this event. Without you, this event would not happen. I'd like to wish you all a great event. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Eugênio Ferreira, the Brazil-Portugal Chamber, Ceará. On my ear, Mr. Adames Monteiro, President of the Sectorial Chamber of Foreign Trade and Investment, Foreign Trade and Foreign Investment in Ceará. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor and a privilege to be here in this opening segment of one more opening of Ceará Global, and I would like to give you, in my words, something very quick. I am from São Paulo. For 20 years, I discovered that it was a port of Becém. It was 20 years of moving here. My family is mostly from Ceará, since we have 4 children that were born in the capital of Fortaleza, the capital of Ceará. And from someone from São Paulo 20 years ago, what we heard of Ceará, Governor, was a place that was dry. There was hunger. It was a place of inequality. And now we can speak of a Ceará that has been the center of attention of the world. I remember a quote from the Bible, of the Old Testament, that says that people were slaves in a place called Egypt, and afterwards they went through a desert. And the desert is also a dry place, probably somewhere where you go hungry. Very hot during the day, very cold during the night, and there was a promise for these people that left Egypt to reach a promised land. A place where hunger would be eliminated, where what those people wanted could be found. And I can say that Ceará today is not a place. There's a place of wind, there's sun, there's education. There are possibilities. There is a future that is completely different than what we could consider for a place that so long ago was seen as a place without many possibilities. Ceará Global comes to bring these subjects such as our president said this has to speak of energy transition, creative economy, and all the possibilities of a notion that for more than 500 kilometers gives the possibility of having a coast to be explored by tourism, fishing, sport, and so many other activities. For those of you that are here, you probably already heard speak of this. Perhaps you, that is, following us through our platform, or virtual metropolis, maybe this is new for you, but rest assured, we will not leave this event without knowing what Ceará has that is special not just for a state or Northeast or country, but the world. Ceará really, as the professor said in the last few days, Ceará has been a main subject everywhere you see the world needing change and transformation, and we have the means, even if it was a small matter, but it is, and will not be, we will transform that which is within our reach. Finally, I would like to greet my friend Romulo. Romulo, congratulations. You believed. You're also a man of Ceará, even though you weren't born here, so thank you for being here. Romulo, you have a key role within all this. Congratulations to all of you that have been nominated. I'm sure that Ceará will be global because the world needs Ceará. Thank you all and welcome. Thank you, Mr. Hermes Monteiro, for your participation. Following our presentations, I would like to invite Mr. José Sampaio de Souza Filho, Director of Innovation of the Federation of Industry of the State of Ceará, that represents the President Ricardo Cavalcante. Good afternoon to all. Governor Ricardo could not be here with us in this wonderful afternoon due to personal reasons. I will try to take his place, so to speak, and speak the words that was said. The Federation of Industries, within its purposes, it has this vision of the future, seeking development for the state of Ceará. Not just about industrial development, we're talking about the state as a whole. In 2015, the help of ex-President Beto Sturar, we created several strategies that guided the development of our state. We also worked with the routes that served as a base of Ceará 2050 and Ceará 2040. Within these focuses, we have two special ones that mention the subjects that will be discussed today within Ceará Global: ocean economy and creative economy. When we say that this development had this future vision, it started in 2014, 2015, and this basic design for 2025. Starting 2023, we will revisit all these routes towards a 2020 vision. We already saw the potential that the state had for this development and this vision for these 14 routes that we have now. And this development has always been set up during this time by several hands. Our greatest partner at the time was SEBRAE, the state government, academia, institutions. We created a network at that time that would strengthen the whole movement. And with the current management of President Ricardo, this pragmatism that Ricardo has in the whole society of Ceará knows strengthened more and more the strengthening of relations with the ocean economy and creative economy. As we've seen lately, I've tried to tell you this, the long missions that he's had in strengthening links with the government of Portugal, the strengthening of the commercial relationships, the renovation of our fishing fleet. They've signed protocols with the fishing syndicate, which represents the individuals, which represents our fishermen in the state, the union, with the president of the Chamber of Ocean Economy. Yes, here present. We strengthened relations with a few institutes in Portugal, such as Esg, working on ocean robotics, so we can explore our 573 coastal kilometers that we haven't set up. Through innovation, through development of projects that bring impact to the economy of our state and would add value to it. These are a few of the examples. In the management of President Ricardo, we've developed within the Industries Federation. And all these partners that we've had here and many others that are yet to come and are being signed for the future. So I'm thankful for your attention. And I am thankful to the Federation of Industries. We will always be here during the development of our state. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sampaio Filho, Director of Innovation of Federation of Industries of the State of Ceará. Before passing to the next speaker, I would like to mention the presence of our auditorium. I'd like to thank the economist Celso Fernando in the modernization of the chamber, the Civil Chamber of Ceará. Thank you for your presence. We will now listen to Mr. Joaquim Cartacho, Vice President of Sebrae Ceará. Joaquim Cartacho. Good afternoon. Wow.
Não boa tarde global não, né, Guilherme? Boa tarde, pessoal. Aí a Marta puxou.
Marta
já deu certo.
made this work. So,
tomar emprestado aqui
right, I'm going to borrow the greetings that Eugenio had. Of the people that he greeted. I'm gonna note the presence of the governor and extend a greeting in the name of Sebrae. I'd also like to register the presence of our technical director of Sebrae, Mr. Porto, and Ayrton, who's in Sebrae right now. He's there, taking care of things. I share the responsibility with them of managing Sebrae and having our partnerships. Sebrae is a point of pride for Ceará Global. It has been said here, we support Ceará Global. This idea since the start. We had our sixth year. We've done Ceará Global in Sebrae. We had the space of our business center. The big identity of Sebrae with Ceará Global is the capacity that Ceará Global has of integrating and articulating institutions and articulates with our contradictions, with our emergencies. I always say, oh, go ahead. We articulate our contradictions and our emergencies. Because if we articulated everything the same, I think we wouldn't even be here, right? We wouldn't even be here, would we? Right? We're here because of that. Because of that. And we got here today in this sixth edition to discuss what circulates on the new economies. Like Sampaio here, he also registered that we started on the strategic route 2015. I just got in Sebrae back then, and Sampaio said, hey, let's get some coffee. And I thought we were going to get coffee. Well, there was coffee, but he said, look, it's a project. We want to see if Sebrae, this would be useful. So, on my part, I said, well, let's move forward with it because there is an important tool to talk to society, to speak to municipal governments and the federal government and the state government, to contribute to the sustainable and lasting development, as I like to say, for the state of Ceará. So, at that point, we had come up with that subject matter of creative economy. There was a role which was creating the sectorial chamber of creative economy. And following that, there was the subject of the ocean economy. My dear Captain, I received back in 2017, 2018, and the leadership at the ports, there was summons to discuss ocean economy, especially the ocean economy that is of the continent. So, fishermen, people that compose the ocean economy, it is a composition between what is on the land and what is within the seawater, right, Sampaio? And we're here today in this 6th edition. I repeat, it's not just important, but it's a point of pride for the organization of Ceará, which has its mission, which is strengthening small-scale companies that form the majority of the companies in Brazil and the companies in Ceará. But I'm speaking too much now, so I leave a strong greeting to all of you, and I wish you success to all of you in Ceará Global. Tomorrow there's a session here for creative economy, and I'll be here to present my ideas. So, thank you, Joaquim Cartacho, Superintendent of Sebrae Ceará. Now I'd like to invite Professor Fátima Veras, Dean of the University of Fortaleza, Unifor. Good afternoon, all of you. We are here in the cooperation with Ceará Global, once again, practically starting project so we can always help to promote foreign trade, helping not just the side of academia, but also small-scale companies and their owners. You can see in the audience, I would like to leave a strong greeting to all of you, especially to the Governor Isolda Sela. Thank you all. Thank you, Professor Fátima Veras, for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a moment during this opening, signing a memorandum to be performed by the State Governor Ceará, SEDET, Ceará, Young Exporter Institute, YEC, Sebrae Ceará, Unifor, and the Association of Young Entrepreneurs. This memorandum will contribute to the strengthening of the internalization of small-scale, middle-scale companies of Ceará, and also promoting young entrepreneurship in Ceará. So I would like to ask the following authorities, and I'll ask you to stay next to the device after signing so we can have the final photograph with all the signers. Ms. Governor of the State of Ceará, Isolda Sela. Governor, please, so you can sign the memorandum. Mr. Francisco de Queiroz Maia Jr., Secretary of Economic Development of the State of Ceará. Mr. Ronan Pires Nonato, representing the Young Exporter Institute. Mr. Joaquim Cartacho Filho, Superintendent of the State of Ceará. Mr. Alci Porto Gurgel, Technical Director of Sebrae Ceará. Mr. Sampaio Filho, Director of Innovation of FIEC, representing Mr. Ricardo Cavalcante. And Professor Fátima Veras, Dean of the University of Fortaleza, Unifor. I'll ask all the other members to stand so we can have the picture taken. Governor, you can please keep the document in hand so we can register this moment. So, registering the signature of the memorandum among all the partner signing entities. Thank you very much to the photographers. Please, you may return to your seats in the audience or the audience. So, to finish this opening ceremony, we will have the honor of hearing the words of our governor of the state of Ceará, Isoldo Sela, Governor of the State of Ceará. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start also by congratulating all of you for making this event happen, Ceará Global. And I do this in the name of the President of the Chamber of Brazil Portugal, and also Hermes Monteiro, President of the Sectorial Chamber of Foreign Trade, Foreign Investment in the state of Ceará. Very, very good to see this. All this fills us with hope. And also in the name of the representation, because I know it's a lot of people, a lot of partners. But I'd like to greet you in the name of those that are part in the audience. Sampaio, he represents FIEC, a key partner that we have. Eduardo Alves, who represents Intercommerce. Cartacho represents Sebrae. Fátima Veras, Dean of Unifor. The economy must be here always in this movement, this engagement. So I do this because I speak in the name of the state government. And I'd like to register this representation, what we could call our team, starting with Secretary Maia Junior, he leads this whole economic development system composed by several entities. And each time they promote engagement with other sectors in the government so that we can have, I always say, more advancement, having a more systemic vision, more intersectorial vision. And here we have Arthur Bruno, Secretary of the Environment, very important here, and Danilo Serpa, who was President of the Port Complex of Pecém. He was already mentioned here. Celio Fernandes was the Executive Secretary of the Civil Chamber. It's a very important role in the articulation, the mobilization of all these subjects. And Silvio, all of you should feel well represented and recognized. I want to be quick because everybody was quite brief. Controlled their time. Well, I didn't want to be different, but I was worrying about my delay here because I was coming from the countryside. It started yesterday in Sobral, where we first off had the revitalization and the increase of the university restaurant. A very important was a moment that was quite emotional in the graduation there in Yuva, where a student that represented his colleagues. Due to their development, he said that he only managed to stay until the end of the course because of the support that are from the university, the scholarships, as well as the restaurant itself. So that was quite an important matter. Basically, these things shackle us, they shake us, not shackle us, they shake us when we face inequalities. And we inaugurated an important avenue which connects boroughs in the city that face this challenge of our cities due to a lack of planning. We end up becoming sort of separated. There's a disconnection that is a huge issue, and this distance of the cities will be represent problems and difficulties of different natures. And we delivered the educational center at Catunda and the countryside of Crateus. Catunda is among the first municipalities in Brazil that has good results in education. It's a small region, but they have a great educational center. It's really nice, it really is. If you don't know it, at least take a look at it on the internet. It's beautiful, quite dignified, very nice. A model for child education centers. From here, I will go to Albert Sagan. We will inaugurate an important expansion from the for the UTIs, ICUs for children. In May, we had some problems with an increase outside the curve due to the symptoms. Why am I saying all this? Well, because I see a lot of connections. And when I see people like this, people that are engaged, the intelligence in the production sector, academia, the government, the entities, people that are engaged in making this Ceará, which normally has all this potential, that is so nice, this Ceará that will prosper with the prosperity of business and Esg Global. It deals mainly with projecting this Ceará, the economy of Ceará internationally, and the foreign trade environment, as well as attracting investments with these very important topics that have moved us as well, like the ocean economy, the energy transition, creative economy, aggregated. Very, very nice, I think. Added to this social commitment and transformation, the presence of women relating to governance matters, the environment, because we won't go very far if we don't take the necessary attention to preservation. And I see this as being very connected to this agenda that I mentioned. A quick example of what our movement is and the prosperity of its goals is what will move and what will guarantee that the government will be able to use this wealth for the populace, and especially for those that need it most, because we have a situation of inequality. Without persevering over it, it won't take us very far. It's an illusion. But if we don't have more commitment and vision to beat these aspects related to inequality, it's not good for anybody. It's not good for businesses. We know that infrastructure, the human capital, the reduction of our issues that are so challenging, violence, the synthesis of a number of issues of different orders, the frailty of the Federation Pact.
Então, eu não quero fazer mais discurso muito comprido, não, mas eu quis só, assim, compartilhar esse pensamento, né, que eu tive vindo para cá e ouvindo vocês, e porque eu acho que nós temos, seja a frente em que nós estivermos, nós devemos ter um objetivo comum, um objetivo que nos une, que é esse desenvolvimento com mais distribuição, com mais igualdade, com melhores condições de vida para a sociedade. Eu não tenho grandes experiências de conhecimentos internacionais, mas do que eu vi até hoje, em todos os lugares que nos servem de exemplo, essa parceria entre o setor produtivo, entre a sociedade e o governo, ela é forte. Os níveis de confiança são altos. Então, eu penso que é algo que merece realmente muitíssimo o nosso empenho e a nossa dedicação para nós aproveitarmos mesmo esse potencial que este Ceará tem e nós termos um ritmo cada vez mais vigoroso. Não é passe de mágica, nada disso, mas trabalha pouco a pouco, vencendo, foco, planejamento, governança, mas eu acredito que nós vamos sim ter melhores dias por aqui. Muito obrigada pela atenção.
Muito obrigado, excelentíssima senhora governadora Isolda Sela. Encerramos esta solenidade de abertura com uma salva de palmas mais uma vez para a governadora e para as demais autoridades aqui conosco. Gostaria de convidar as autoridades a retornarem a seus lugares no auditório para que nós possamos dar início agora às atividades da programação técnica do Ceará Global 2022. Mais uma vez, uma salva de palmas e muito obrigado. Está encerrada essa solenidade de abertura. Senhoras e senhores, para que esta edição do Ceará Global se tornasse realidade, nós contamos com o imprescindível suporte e parceria das seguintes instituições e empresas a quem queremos agradecer. Nossos patrocinadores, Prefeitura Municipal de Fortaleza, FIEC SESI Ceará, Sebrae Ceará, BS Par e APSV Advogados. Apoio institucional da Universidade de Fortaleza, Unifor. Apoio da AECIP, a Associação das Empresas do Complexo Industrial e Portuário do PECEM, Termaco, TECER, TBTMC, Unilink, APM Terminals, Grupo Fornecedora, Grupo Cordeiro, Ecovalor e ESG Now. O Media Partner é o Grupo O Povo de Comunicação. Agora sim, tudo preparado para a nossa programação técnica. Vamos iniciar nossa grande jornada de conhecimento do Ceará Global 2022, cuja programação será realizada hoje e amanhã, a partir das 14 horas. Nossa sessão de abertura será feita com um painel especial, formado somente por mulheres, cada uma delas referências em suas áreas de atuação, e cujo tema será internacionalização e negócios de impacto. Convido aqui a virem à frente as nossas palestrantes, senhora Alcileia Farias, coordenadora do Núcleo de ESG da Federação das Indústrias do Estado do Ceará, Larissa Falcão, Certified Financial Planner e líder de operação Norte e Nordeste da XP Investimentos. Karina Frota, gerente do Centro Internacional de Negócios da Federação das Indústrias do Estado do Ceará. Gabriela Freitas, analista
Gabriela
de políticas
Freitas,
e indústria na gerência de
Political and
internacionalização
Industry
da
Analyst
CNI,
for
a Confederação
Internationalization
Nacional
with
da Indústria,
CNI, Industry National Confederation.
e Anete de Castro, vice-presidente da
And
Mallory
Anete de
Electroportáteis,
Castro, Vice
cônsul
President for
honorária dos Países
Mallory
Baixos,
Electroportáteis,
líder e cofundadora do Grupo
Netherlands
Mulheres do Brasil.
Honorary Consul and co-founder of the group Mulheres do
Para
Brasil,
mediar essa
Brazilian
conversa,
women, literally.
convido a
To
professora
mediate
Mônica
this
Luz, gestora de
conversation,
negócios
we have
internacionais,
Monica Luz,
membro da
Manager
Câmara
for
Setorial
International
de Comércio
Business, member
Exterior e
of
Investimento
International
Estrangeiro do
Commerce
Ceará,
Chamber for
professora da Universidade de
Investors,
Fortaleza e
International
cofundadora
Investors,
do
and a
nosso Ceará
professor for
Global.
Unifor and co-founder of our event, Ceará
Por favor,
Global.
fiquem à vontade, nossos
Please
palestrantes.
be at
Gostaria de
ease,
lembrar
our
vocês
lecturers.
que cada uma
I'd
das
like to
palestrantes terá
remind you
10
that each
minutos
one
para
of
sua
you will have
explanação.
10 minutes,
Para
10
nós
minutes
mantermos a
for
nossa agenda de
your
horários e cumprirmos
lecture
a
and
programação do
to
evento
be
pontualmente,
straight
pedimos a gentileza
with
das senhoras
time.
para respeitarem
We
o
would
tempo
like you
colocado
to
para cada um, mas ainda assim a produção
use your
avisará
time
que estiverem
wisely, and
faltando 2
our
minutos
staff
para o
will
final da apresentação.
tell
Querida
you
professora
when you have
Mônica,
only 2 minutes
você
left.
terá 5 minutos para a sua apresentação
Professor
do painel.
Monica. Afternoon, everyone, especially you, especially women, right? Women invited here for this session. It's a great pleasure. And obviously, with this strong female women representation. And our goal here is to talk a little bit about internationalization and impact businesses.
De impacto positivo.
For companies that are already born with this purpose or with those that start to adopt these practices. And also aiming to take their businesses and their services abroad. And to talk about this theme, we have here executives that certainly have daily contact with these issues in light of the need to change their businesses. Exactly considering these trends that we have in the market today. They have been presented, but I'm going to introduce them again. Their names, Gabriela Freitas, that is representing the National Confederation of Industry and Commerce. Karina Frota, manager of the National Business Center of FIEC. A leader in Brazilian women.
So now I'll start with Mrs. Gabriela. Gabriela, please, we would like to have a description from you about this pathway towards internationalization today. What are the actions for support from the CNI, the Industry National Confederation of the National Industries? If you have instruments for support and if we have mapping for these instruments and fostering sustainability within businesses. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for this kind invitation to talking about these relevant themes for the Brazilian companies, that is internationalization and business of impact. So it's a pleasure to be here representing the CNI to talk about our systems. So currently we are living post-pandemic moment with a significant increase in inequalities all over the world. And well, this brings this urgency for these problems, resolutions, and businesses that can propose solutions for global problems. And in Brazil, we have a trend of companies and in positive impact models. So this is very positive. So we see these increase through researches and studies that CNI performs. We have a strategic partner called Sebrae, and we've made some endeavors with Sebrae, a study showing the business of impact in Brazil. So we have some data, 51% of the social impact businesses, they have less than 1 year of operation, so brand new businesses emerging. And 28% of these businesses are here in the northeastern, northern, and central western region. 31% of the social entrepreneurs, they have among the 26 and 35 years, so youngsters, young adults. And 45% of the businesses of impact are managed by women. So these are data we bring in this study, and within the same study, we have the business map, business of impact map, that identifying a growth of 75% compared to the last research from 2017. Actually, we can see this increase in terms of business of impact, and each day more in this ecosystem of social impact. So this trend is happening beyond a mere hope of a better world or a rhetorical optimism. It comes from the need to change the way we take decisions, and then to showing that the traditional approaches are not enough to solve the problem. So it's necessary to develop new skills. In this sense, talking about international market, we have another challenge. We have the business models issues and how to deal with internationalization within this system, but the CNI is dealing with this challenge, aiming to disseminate this agenda within the entrepreneurial ecosystems to show, yes, that is possible to internationalize through proper tools for knowledge dissemination, together with strategic partners like Sebrae, and with the help of the International Business Network, SIN, through the states, helping to disseminate the knowledge. We have also training programs for SMEs. We've launched this year with a nice participation. 80% of the public was made of women in this capacity building. We're also performing individual mentorship for the companies to put in practice all the theory learned about the theme, and we also feature initiatives for business promotions that will put the businessmen or business persons in contact with the international buyers. We're performing the CNI with Sebrae virtual business rounds with international buyers for the Brazilian companies, and a company from Ceará could perform its first exportation operation through this initiative. So I think initiatives like this aiming to get to the front line, so the basis of the pyramid, and then getting more development to have more of Brazil throughout the world. And Karina, what Gabriela said is very important. So, and if we bring this to our scenario, can we map these companies? Do we have a map of these companies involved, already engaged in this internationalization scenario? How is our participation? Do we have studies and forecasts on this map? We assume to have. Well, I will start my words thanking the opportunity. I'm very happy to be here, 100%. 100%. So we are all women in this panel. So I would like to thank the organizers for this design and I am embracing all of you now. And to answer this, and I need to make an assessment, historical assessment. I come from a generation in my field of work, that's importation exportation field. We struggled to arrive in a mark of 1 million reais, 1 million money of exportation. And maybe only a few of you came to know a group called Lex Mercatoria, a group of study coordinated by Mr. Romulo. And by that time, we didn't have this facility we have today, internet, Google, etc. So just to give you an idea, the commercial intelligence area of our network, SIN, and the best we use it to enter the old MSDOS to find data from Serpro. Serpro is a data center in Ceará, and then we use it to take 3 weeks to give data to the press. And today it takes 5 days in total. And by the time we've had started this movement, and Martha knows very well about this, because we started a commission of exterior commerce, and by that time I had a scholarship of FIEC where I work today. So by that time I was only a trainee and an intern, and wow, how people talk about Ceará, I was an intern, I see that we have a tremendous work to do ahead. And the International Center for Business, where I work today, it's been a great school, because part of the team is here. Our dear Eduardo Bezerra, he trained us. He trained the professionals that are today in the front line inside the productive sector. But why I'm bringing you this memory? Our exportation agenda was focused, for example, on shrimp, And then we started a great movement to support, to have a route, to connect Ceará and Cape Verde. We managed to export some products, but we've had lots of issues, lots of hinders, lots of barriers with logistics, with payment, and sometimes something bad, really bad, used to happen, and then we always restarted from scratch. And over and over this process again, and a very painful process. And then we, as a state, we've abandoned all the international and national meetings with a low steam to be the state we are today, a state that cannot handle the demand we receive. You can tell what's happened. People call me, from abroad. So what are you doing? What's happening? Who's leading this movement? And maybe for the youngsters, well, I am somehow a youngster yet, but maybe you youngsters, actual youngsters, you don't have any idea on how difficult it was. In this moment, we are, restarting from scratch. We are restarting from a new scratch for a new beginning. And but our business environment nowadays is much more favorable than it was once. And this way, in 2016, 2017, we've started the first to record the first exportations on steel milling. another milestone, because iron and steel exportation, they increment in numbers a lot, a lot. The exportation agenda, but despite the environment, despite the commercial facilitation, despite we have a state that is very interesting, we still have lots of challenges. And we've reached more than 2 million of exportation last year. More than 50% of these numbers, they came from the steel milling in the municipality of São Gonçalo, and we have a great responsibility and task ahead, because if today my exportation list counts on 50 countries, I have more than 100 countries, I have 50% of the value exported to only one country. I export more than 1,200 products when I consider the Mercosur list of products. But when I see the agenda of the main exporters, I have a concentration of 10 sectors. I have iron and steel. I have the wind farm blades. I have also the footwear industry, and the carnauba wax, and I have the fishery. But even with this growth, the percentage in terms of value that we represent in the country is too low. So, and this challenge moves us, it makes us to be in the sixth edition with new themes. We're talking about sea economy and energy transition, sustainable businesses. And today we have a new mindset that we need to look differently for the SMEs, those who can move and transform this economy. And these SMEs, they are concerned, for example, on to have in their strategic agenda to approach ESG, to have a propositive agenda, to have a concrete agenda on everything, and to seek for technology through fintechs, for example. These SMEs are seeking for sustainable businesses, including in sectors like education and health, and seeing all the panel representatives here, we can say that we believe in a new society, and in this society, women, they play a fundamental role to seek to struggle for their equality, their gender equality, autonomy, fair work, fair payment, and aiming to live in a society able to transform our economy with our differentials. And companies, we've submitted a project to the European Union, and despite the themes, despite the scope of the project is towards internationalization and sustainable businesses, we've had the obligation to write down in this project and to comprehend all the issues regarding women-led projects and how those projects would impact in our present and in our near future. Well, if I could tell all the stories, regarding this, I would be here, the whole day. And what I can state to you is that the challenge keeps going, but especially women that are developing their roles, you know, with a very good performance, mainly managing the SMEs. They have the capacity to transform our economy. Thank you very much.
Obrigada aí, esse resgate histórico é sempre.
This historical background is always important today when we join people here. It's very important to be able to join the younger, the middle, and the oldest to talk about the transformations that have been happening very quickly, and it's important for us to talk about the path that we took until we got here. I've been here for 22 years. I'm not from Ceará, but I have now been adopted by the state. And I know how hard it's been for us and to trail this path. So how better to represent this background? An industry she's been here for a long time and has lived through a long history of changes. She entered into the international market. It's a company that has this experience and has been through many changes, and at the same time, it also experienced social changes and new demands from the market. She has a background through her company that she can tell us how all of this happened and how your business, how does it position itself in relation to exportations and the international market with these practices that the market is now demanding. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. When I began thinking about what I could contribute with, I thought about something, and then when Isolda spoke, I thought about another. Isolda basically talked to us, our governor, to be more respectful. She spoke correctly when she said that what we need is an environment of social equality, a balanced environment, an environment where the public and private power are in harmony, and somewhere where we can build a fertile environment for business. I believe that Ceará, throughout all the years that I've been here, was able to create this environment, because when you talk about Ceará Global, you're only global when you build trust. There are no laws, no credit, no documents that can build trust. And this process of building investments and international sales businesses, it is comprised of the environment that the government can offer and an environment inside a balanced business. And today we talk so much about social impacts, but social impacts are nothing more than me contributing from within my company and my environment and my society in a way that I would like to be treated as well. It's great that the ESG was embraced by the international market, because now it gains force. But no matter the size of your company, you have the obligation to contribute. And when we contribute with the basis of trust, equity, we grow much more faster. Just to talk a little bit about my experience here in Ceará, I loved Mrs. speech. He adopted Ceará 20 years ago. I adopted it 40 years ago. I think I'm in the eldest rank. I'm here from England. I'm English, and when I arrived, I couldn't speak Portuguese. I didn't even know how I could contribute. I have a diploma in people management, and if I didn't speak the language, then obviously I could only not really contribute to much. I spent 33 years of my life in Edson Queiroz, and I built the exports, and after Kohler opened the market, I built the export of cashew and everything you can imagine. Television, university, gas, etc., etc. I believe I'm one of the boomers. We didn't even have a way to export our items. Everything had to leave via Santos port. We didn't have a product ready to take to Santos because when we got there, it was broke, and then I had to reorganize everything. We had to put everything on, make everything into pallets. International trade was beginning. Drawback didn't even exist yet. I can't even count how many times I went to Hugh to ask for favors because we had done everything wrong and we were still learning how to move through this process. So there's this whole trajectory of what's been happening in the state and how we started building our business in a time when cashew reigned, and today no one mentioned it. We lost a lot of our cashew market, but I'll tell you something in all sincerity. I'm seeing a lot of young people here, and we have made mistakes in our path. We made lots of mistakes. We had products that arrived at our clients that were completely out of the specifications desired, but we never lost a client while I was taking care of all the exports. And this remains till today because we built trust, and it was based on ethics. And we always concluded our contracts and provided trust to all our clients, and that's what the state needs. It needs a group of professionals and institutions, public institutions and private institutions that generate trust. And today we have that. I expect that will continue. And with trust, you can build anything, especially when you have all the wealth that we have in the state, that I don't even have to tell you because you know it's the sea, the wind, the natural wealth that we have, and the people. But we need to work based on trust and ethics and equity. Because when we look outwards, in most of the countries to which we export, the social level is different, and people expect that from us. So even if within our business we don't have that social consciousness, outside they do. Abroad, other companies do. When we're dealing with the international market, many times the requirements are very, very different. Specifications are completely different, and sometimes it's very difficult. If you've dealt with large industries, you'll know that exports are a small part of production to reach the requirements. You have to change the production line and different items. And exports are actually done in detriment of production because there are several requirements. I'm going to give a small example for you to understand that. I began exporting gas ovens. And when I arrived in 1983, all we had were colored gas ovens. And all the ovens here, we didn't have stainless steel ovens. It didn't exist here in Brazil. It only began because of exportations. We had to change our product in order to attend to demand. and we saw that it had added value, and it was something that could be added to our internal market, and that's how we introduced stainless steel. When you open your, when we expand our options, we end up learning lessons and adding value. And I believe Ceará has a huge capacity of being a hub, but an actual hub, due to the trust that exists and the stability, our government, and the trust that our government, reliability that it provides to all clients.
O que a gente precisa fazer agora, gente?
So we demonstrated already that you can do it, but now with the SMEs, we need to take a ride in this movement, but demanding from us, even inside our small and medium enterprises, the same levels of quality, same levels of trust, the same level of reliability and etc. and performance. And I would say that you, even if you are SMEs and you are aiming on international market, so think about ESG, because it will be common sense, you know. ESG is about take care of your raw matter, take care of your staff, take care of your employees, take care of the communities and in the environment. So ESG, that is, well, common sense. So it's the right thing to do. And even as for the smallest SME in the world, one, made of one person, so it can do it. And this ground can grow. This ground can grow a lot, and it will be respected very much. And it's a ground where you will be much more proud of what you're doing. And we need to be proud of what we're doing. If we only profit alone, so it's not worth it. It's not worth it. But when we have profit and we can distribute this profit and everyone around can be successful as we are, I think it's much more rewarding. I believe, my experience is at your disposal. Everything I've lived, everything I've experienced. Thank you very much. Well, now let's see another profile that is investors, right? I know you are the woman leading investments, right? And how do we find this? Do we have metrics? So the investors, the domestic and the foreign investors, so they have means to measure our numbers. Okay, Monica, so good afternoon, everyone. So when Monica sent me the names of our woman fellow panelists, I've thought how she will be mediating so different themes, and I'm seeing now how the themes are integral to each other, and we need to be transformers of the educational. We need to play a similar role as the university promotes. Our role is very educational. So XP Investments started with an educational role, and our transforming role is very strong. An interesting point you stated about investments. So when we talk about investments, when we talk to clients, so they are all willing to know about the return on investment. So they need to know about the profile, risk, the risk profile and the return on investment, etc. They want to know if they will gain or not. And when we find a company that is much developed with ESG and economical, other economic criteria, we see, for example, companies that are in the stock market, they have more governance because of this, and we see how the social impact, how the environmental impact, how the governance sub-themes, how they are each day more important for the decision making. And when we assess the individuals, the investors individually as natural persons, maybe they're not as concerned as we expected. But on the other hand, the legal entities, the people that will take a decision on investment within 30 years, those investors, they need to be concerned. For example, talking about retirement funds. And when talking about individuals below their 30s, they're much more concerned than the other investors above 30 years old. And in the portfolio of the below 30 years old investors, ESG profile appears twice the time, and then we see a transition in the decision making, because the ESG is much more it's a trend right today. And when we assess how the banks, how the investment managers are dealing with it, so in the banks in general, as the assets, their asset department, they have some criteria, right, for buying assets within funds regarding ESG. But we go deeper in our company. We have a board, specific board for that, with Mrs. Marta Pinheiro leading the way, and everything about ESG diversity. We have groups focused, and it will go. We have an asset, a fund for our choices, like a collateral, and we assess everything we are gonna buy. For example, if I will buy a bond or a debenture, so we have a list of criteria. So from issuing a certain paper to a company or a debenture, or buying a paper inside, buying a share inside a fund that we manage. So we have a rank regarding ESG for all the portfolio, all the products that we'll put available to our customers. We have this structure, and this is one of our criterion. So it goes in parallel with the economic and financial criteria. So we have so as I've said, we have a specific department for that, and we have this differential when we compare ourselves to other financial institutions. And talking about regulation, so these bodies, regulatory bodies, even in Brazil, like Ambima, it's the investment fund regulator in Brazil. These body actually, well, now they're not enforcing, they're much more educating these days, but they ask to the assets to show the funds that are focused on ESG with specific themes, with in their belts, in their conveyor belts, with ESG rating. And we see Ambima so educating, and in a near future we understand they will be enforcing and punishing and knocking at our doors to see if we are doing our homework. But today it's much more guidance and orientation. So, and that's why we are taking all these efforts. Thank you very much. And I imagine we're experiencing these moments of transition and knowing the metrics, and at which point the at which extensions we can see companies adopting good practices, even without punishment enforcement by the law, but we see some enforcement from the market, right? And now we will pass the floor to another fellow that will tell us more about it. So about governance, about ESG. So now the next fellow will talk about ESG. And FIEC launched their ESG department. And Mrs. Alcileia, she came here with this great goal to talk about this ESG program within FIEC. So how these nucleus work, ESG nucleus work in the FIEC environment, helping the federated companies with the metrics to be part of this game without, in the future being punished by the public bodies. Thank you, Monica. Thank you. Well, and to talk about ESG, like in a cross-cutting fashion, is easy to me, actually. Because since 2015, we have ESG on our radar, or rather, and Dr. Ricardo, our president, he's always looking to the future. For example, talking about renewable energy, we have this all the ecosystem working, and we have green hydrogen. And when we talk about all this and sustainability in general, we need to talk about ESG. And I would like to change a little bit our mindsets here regarding age, okay? I won't talk about age. I will talk about years of background. And, well, in my experience, talking about experience, I've been working with another S, not S for sustainability. I used to work with S of specifications in my field. And now I have this ESG mission, and I try to put together environment, sustainability, social, and governance. And for the companies to be competitive in the market, they need to show to everyone what they are doing to the environment and to the society. And we talk about environment. Some people think about the environment as untouchable, but it's not like that. We need to understand that we may use the resources, but preserving them for the future. And our ESG nucleus is an initiative from our president to foster the corporate sustainability and to foster ESG within the industries of our state. And when we talk about SMEs, well, companies representatives, they talk with us. How can I start an ESG in my company? So this is the wrong question. So you already have ESG and you don't know. So, and it doesn't matter the size of your company. It's about management. So management of raw matter, management of the employees, management of the environment, a good governance with ethical and transparency criteria. This is ESG, and it's just in terms of didactics a different approach, but it already exists. And yes, you have benefits practicing ESG because the market values it. Companies are seeking for, and But it's not only you say you have ESG, etc. You need to have a third party to certify your practices, and then we have a program for that. So to publish an ESG report is easy. You know, you hire a consultancy company and then they produce a 50-page document, and they use the GRI as the framework for the analysis, and then you publish. But if you do this by yourself, so it's not valued by the market. So you need a third party to do this for you, and then the market will believe you and will respect your numbers. And talking about regulations in Brazil, we have some orientations for the stock market that from 2023 the ESG practices must be audited by a third party. And our program, we from our institution FIEC, so we understand certification as we practice this 30-party certification. We have Bureau Veritas to certify our industries. So when Bureau Veritas states that we have ESG, yes, it's relevant. We have an identified and structured program. Yes, we do have. We have a third-party audit. So these three questions are paramount for competitiveness, because, and mostly this third one, it features an impartial and a transparent behavior. So, and it's not only about the national laws, because national laws, they cannot be discussed. You know, laws are to be obeyed, and I think everyone is ESG now, and I see every and each company as ESG, and I see degrees of ESG. You know, I see low rates of ESG and high rates of ESG, and then we need to understand the environment, because the needs change in the society. So with time, we have different needs. And talking about needs, we've had the pandemic, and the pandemic increased the needs, but now, fortunately, we are recovering. And and it's interesting to say that certain companies in the world, they have a revenue, an overall revenue that is bigger than some GDPs. So wow, so one company with revenue comparable to a country's GDP. So how a company like that can be transparent and present to all the society all the numbers of their operations, you know, it's impressive. And some fellows can say, well, it's unfair, so the governments would be the only one to know this information. But, you know, when you have companies comparable to countries in terms of revenue, we can say that I think it's a matter of mindset change, because we are in the same world. We only have one planet. And we invite all the industries of this state to look at your sustainability requisites, because it goes beyond the responsibility you have with our people and with our natural resources. You need to be competitive in the market. Okay, so regulations, talking about regulations, we look at the world, and we have a taxonomy, we have an international system that can identify assets, investments, activities, and projects that features a purpose, sustainability objective for social fair, for economic fairness. That's what we have to say to you. Our ESG nucleus is formed by specialists, ESG specialists, and we are there to support good practices within industries. Even if industries, they do not acknowledge ESG yet, our program helps to identify, qualify, and testify the presentation of these practices to the market. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. I would like to say that we have inside Metrópole Virtual, we have the ESG nucleus of FIEC. We have their presentation for you to know more about this label. And we have also a stand in the International Business Center, another department for FIEC. So please pay them a visit. And I would like to thank you because we could be here talking and talking for hours because it's, you know, a very prevalent, very urgent, pressing theme. And we see the need to bring this theme to discussion. It's an internal and external in lots of, according to lots of points of view. We need to break this paradigm also for the benefit of the PMEs. But I need to close now the panel, and I would like to thank these wonderful women, and I will pass the floor to our Master of Ceremony, Mr. Mauro Costa, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Muito obrigado, agradeço demais as nossas palestrantes, Alcileia Farias, Larissa Falcão, Karina Frota, Gabriela Freitas e Anete de Caixa, a nossa mediadora, querida Mônica Luz, por compartilharem tanto conhecimento e as experiências de vocês na nossa sessão de abertura do Ceará Global 2022, que está só começando. Muito obrigado, agradeço demais e vamos agora dar a nossa sequência. Salva de palmas, então, mais uma vez, às nossas palestrantes. Difícil ver essa missão de ser o fiel guardião do tempo aí com as meninas falando tanta coisa interessante, eu aqui controlando o tempo, né, meio chato, mas é o jeito. Função de mediador.
Being a mediator isn't easy, but
vamos dar sequência, gente, que a nossa programação do Ceará Global está só começando. Nós temos 2 dias de muitas atividades. Como a Mônica bem falou, nós temos a nossa metrópole virtual, que eu convido vocês a conhecerem depois, acessarem também, conhecerem esse espaço. Obviamente, quem já está assistindo aí na nossa transmissão online vai ter essa condição de fazer isso também em paralelo. Okay? E nós vamos agora, eu vou pedir às nossas meninas queridas que retornem ao auditório, que nós vamos dar sequência na nossa programação do primeiro dia de atividades do Ceará Global. Nosso painel agora tem como tema como consolidar um hub de dados globais. Vamos à nossa vinheta aqui.
So, moving on.
Eu quero convidar, viu, o palco, nossa palestrante, a senhora Rejane Ponte, gestora comercial da Angola Cables, participam de forma remota desse painel como palestrantes. A senhora Maria Alexandre Costa, Business Director da Cinestec de Portugal, e o senhor Rafael Lozano, Country Manager Brasil da Ela Link. E para fazer a mediação desse painel, cujo tema é como consolidar um hub de dados globais, convido a senhora Roberta Mota, consultora em negócios inovadores e funding partner, sócia da Câmara Brasil Portugal do Ceará. Gostaria de informar que a nossa mediadora terá 5 minutos para fazer a abertura e a apresentação do painel e suas considerações. E na sequência, cada um dos nossos palestrantes terá 10 minutos para a sua explanação. Solicitamos, então, para nós mantermos a nossa agenda de horários já está bem apertada, cumprimos os nossos prazos, pedirei aos nossos palestrantes que cumpram, então, o horário, mas ainda assim, a produção lhes avisará quando estiverem faltando 2 minutos para o final de cada apresentação. Senhora Roberta, por gentileza, fique à vontade. So, Mr. Verda,
go ahead and you can start your presentation. So, good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to congratulate the organization of the event, Portugal, all the sponsors for this excellent moment. I'd like to present quickly and give the welcome to Rafael Maria Rejane. we have a lot of stuff to talk about, and it's about a very important subject matter because Ceará, as we all know, is positioned in a strategic location. It's a privileged location close to so many important markets. And as for tourism as well, services, and we will be speaking about a very important subject, which will be connectivity, communication, connection, technological connection. I am Roberto Mora. I'm a manager of CVM. I have experience of 12 years in venture capital, and innovation is part of my life. So it has been for some time now, and I am here with experts and people that have been leading in several companies and initiatives. So we will understand today what each institution does, what is their role, what is the people's role, as they are so relevant within their institutions, that we will be talking about what they see in Ceará, its advantages, its challenges, what is the importance of being within an ecosystem. They are varied players within an environment which each of them has their role, and what are the strategic partnerships that we can have when it comes to articulating to consolidate Ceará as a global hub for communication and data. All right, so welcome, Rafael, Maria, Rajani. We can get started with Maria. So if you could maybe speak a bit about yourself and present, maybe after we were done with this presentation, each of you can present, we will have a chat. All right. So once again, thank you. Thank you, Roberta. Good afternoon, everyone. Here in Portugal, as you can see, it's evening. First off, I wanted to thank the organization of Ceará Global for its invitation. It was, you honor us with it, and for this opportunity of presenting SINSTEC, our technological hub and data centers. They are authorized in Sinis, Portugal. So I wanted to also extend a greeting to Roberta and our colleagues in the panel. It is not, I like to start this panel. It's a responsibility to start a panel, keeping in mind who is with me here. So you have an idea of what's going on in Sinis. I will show you a presentation, some slides. Can you see it? Yes. So I will speak about SINSTEC, which is a innovation and data center hub. It is located in Sinis, Portugal, and we consider it as a data center. So I have not spoken about myself, but I will let you know that I'm Costa. As Roberta presented, I am the business director of ASEP Global Parks. It is a public company which manages public parks, which has a very strong impact on Sinis. And it has 700 hectares, part of the company. It will be extended. This whole dynamic of the data centers in Sinis. So to manage the ASEP Global Parks also helps investors that look for Portugal to find the best place in the country for its business, keeping in mind the specifications of the business and its needs. SINSTEC is in, so to speak, Sinis is the ideal place for submarine capes, telecommunication installation of data centers in the southeast of Portugal. So Sinis is sort of between Lisbon and Algarve. So SINSTEC is in the industrial and logistical zone of Sinis, which is managed by ASEP Global Parks. These are the characteristics of this industrial park. When the park, we have free spaces which are associated to the brands. One of them is logistics, as you can see here, and the zone that is closest to Zinnes port. Another one, which is the Energy and Industry Park, which is the best park, which is associated to the Zinnes zone, where there is natural gas. For instance, here in this zone, there is the Rexol factory, the refinery, and the Dow refinery. The third axis was recently with Sinistec. Maria, sorry, but you are not projecting your screen anymore. We lost your screen share. You need to share your screen once again. I think there is a problem, and we can no longer see your slides. We'll try again. No, really. You must have unshared the screen. You need to share it again. So now it works. So once again, I go back to the map if I need to. So on the map, but at the end, so the most industrial part of the map is where you can find the data center, which is being constructed. It will be the largest data center of Europe, exclusively for using alternative energy sources, and there's also the prognosis, a reference point. Going back to Sinistec, why is Sinistec why is it so sought out for European data centers? First, because of its location, as you saw, it's in the Atlantic coast, right next to the Atlantic coast, and because of this, it's a privileged entry point to the European Union from North America or South America. It's also close to the Lisbon airport. There's a lot of water for industrial use. There is rejection from the seawater that came in from other industries, which must be reused by the data centers. There is electrical distribution, that whether it's normal with renewable energy, and partnerships, as was mentioned, they work for this sector, constructing a community with the creation of wind parks and photovoltaics, which will allow a very close future to generate a very large amount of power. Also connectivity, Sinistec, that has with submarines, that has a crossing of several routes from and to Europe. On the other hand, Portugal, and particularly there is an extension of beaches that is very large. Together with Sinstec, there is University for Technical Schools. Workers, they have a big consummation of resources for companies that have Sinstec standby. So it's in the north coast. It's a zone we'll see where there is a link, and it's a zone that it's in a zone there is a environmental impact for this activity. There's a structure, and Sinstec in the data center hub, which is in the east coast of Europe, there is the main hubs of the European Union and South America. It holds activity in the Middle East and North America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Asia.
De cabos em desenvolvimento em projeto no sul de Portugal. Portanto,
and there is a
So Portugal has been privileged and sought for cable installations and all the ecosystems. Given that we have lots of projects in deployment, we have a dozen, a couple of other ones more recent, and we are very. We also have all the three, those other three in the south of Portugal. We've had Ella Link submarine cable, and this is one of the oldest. And now we'll pass quickly, just showing you, letting alone these Ella Link details for the coffee break. And now we have this Start Campus, that is a mega data center that will work only with renewable energy. It will be the greatest in Europe. And I have some electronic forecasts, images. There's electronic scale models but we have only 1 month for the civil works to start. And when it's ready, it will be capable of 1.5 megawatts of data. We have another submarine cable called Medusa that will interconnect 5 countries in this Mediterranean countries, Portugal, Spain, France, Italy, and Greece, with Morocco, Algeria, Tunis, and Turkey. And this cable will be operated in the open access regime with 8.7 thousand kilometers with 16 nodes and 10 in the 10 countries above mentioned. The cable will have 20 Tbps per part fiber. And I would like to mention the community Ceará Tech. That is a community that we formed when we've assembled together players and providers that were users of telecommunications. And from the municipality, it's called Ceará, Ella Link, Fast Fiber, the FCCN, and IP Telecom, and it's a telecom operator. The infrastructure manager, the Rentelecom, the technological park, and the Start Campus, the data center I've mentioned before. We have regular meetings in this community, and the idea is to bring, to open doors, to facilitate pathways, address issues, raise issues and address them. And all the players are here, are very capable and equal conditions to facilitate the processes, and that's it. Finish my presentation. I'll leave you my contacts here, and I'll be fully available to answer all the questions in the Q&A or through email. I put my email here in the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maria, and we will speak further about this, and so we can get back a bit of time, we will pass to Rafael. Hello, Rafael, welcome. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. You have the floor, Rafael. Everything's fine? I was going to pass on to Rejane. Ladies first, so. Well, first off, thank you for the invitation. Thank you to Ceará for showing that we first submarine cable with the capacity to connect directly to Brazil and Ceará, with Europe, especially with Sines, as Maria mentioned. I'm Rafael Lozano. I'm a manager of the company, manager. I'm responsible for the both functioning of the commercial side of things, and the project was built between 2019 and 2021. Through going through the pandemic and having good results, despite the hardships we went through, and in 2021, with a great commemoration of what we had in Sines, together with the Portugal government and a few guests from the Brazilian government, we had the official inauguration in June when we started operation. We've been for a year transmitting data between both countries. I'm educated in communications. I'm in Spain. You can tell that I'm not Brazilian. I'm from Spain. From my accent, I have an MBA in the Business School of São Paulo. I worked here for 9 years, and for 3 years I've been part of ALRIC. So just so you understand a bit more, I'm gonna share my screen as well, just so you'll have a bit of context of what is Link. A lot of people think that the world is connected through satellites, but the truth is that there are more than 410 submarine fiber optic systems that connect the continents and the countries along the world. Is what we call the internet skeleton. Without these undersea cables, the internet would simply not exist because, well, the satellites connect remote sectors in some capacity. They manage to maintain, let's say, the countryside within Brazil, planes, ships, etc. But there is no better technology to traffic high volume of data at high speeds in the long distance than undersea cables. So, Brazil, back in the day, was connected through about 10 submarine systems with the USA. Through the Atlantic and the Pacific, it is connected through our friends and Mar cables for the Fortaleza to Angola. Johnny will speak a bit more about this connectivity. And when you have a system that connects us to Cameroon, but Link thinks that there are two regions that are very strongly related, like Brazil, Portugal, and Latin America with Spain, because historically we speak the same language. We have a lot of common history. So we find it will make a lot of sense to connect these large population nucleuses with Latin America in a direct manner, because this will allow us our technologies that are coming, that are here currently, like the metaverse that we're all hearing about it, 5G, everybody's talking about that, and was activated in the last few days in the main capitals of Brazil. If all these technologies do not have a structure that have a high capacity of support, at the end of the day, the end user experience is not going to be as great as it should be, and a lot of business models are going to need this structure to be able to work. So, seeing as we are connected to the Link system, we start on the Brazil side. We connect São Paulo and Rio as the main data generation spots. These are the main population centers, the main data spots. But Fortaleza, Ceará, which at the end of the day is the second most connected city in the planet when it comes to undersea cables. There's more than 16 cables that get to through Praia do Futuro in Ceará that connect Ceará and Latin America to the rest of the continent. Rio Grande do Norte and other countries in Latin America, Africa, Europe, towards the Middle East. After the system leaves Fortaleza, as was cited in the panel before, we connect to Cape Green. It facilitates commerce with these other countries, and it also connects to Sinis, going through Funchal Island, which belongs to Portugal right now. We are working with the development of a branch to connect to Mauritania, the Canary Islands, and French Guiana. And also last year we activated a branch to connect Tunis with Casablanca and Morocco. The African continent has connected with Europe as well as Latin America directly. And afterwards, Lisbon, Madrid, Marseille, finish our service in Marseille because there is a situation where Fortaleza has at the start the submarine cables bit by bit. Marseille gained relevance. It attracted more and more companies that would rather put their base there, in a way that Marseille grew as a data hub, just like Fortaleza and just like Sines, as you can see, managed to attract an investment 3.5 billion euros, which is a very relevant investment. So more and more we can see that the places where the submarine cables meet with time, they become technological hubs, become data hubs, because people are connected and we need more potent data centers. Yes, end users demand more quality for our video calls to connect long distance work. The pandemic is demanding more and more video quality, so we can watch our TV shows or shows on the streaming platforms, and we want to have this experience of having connection with any person, any point on the planet, an immersive experience thanks to new technologies such as virtual reality. So, as a point of curiosity or system, sometimes people think that North America is much closer than Europe. And we like to turn the map around so they can get a different look of the world and break this paradigm. Because if you look at it in this way, Miami is further away from Fortaleza than Sines is. There's tens of kilometers away, but it's closer. 2 minutes, Mr. Raphael, please.
2 minutos
2
para o
minutes
final da sua
left
apresentação, por
on your
gentileza.
presentation time, please. Yeah, sure. And Aswell has a high concentration, and North America is further away than Madrid. Just a point of reference in Southern Europe, changing this way of looking at the world, we see that Fortaleza is in a privileged spot to connect both continents with the same services. In the same way, Europe and Latin America will be able to enjoy new partnerships, starting from being more connected. And since clearly you can understand, when you reduce distance between 2 points, lag reduces as well, latency goes down. So for the new North American route, you go through 6,000 kilometers from Fortaleza to Miami, another 6,000 from Miami to Portugal, London, or Ireland. So you end up going through twice the distance when you go directly from Fortaleza to Sines. This clearly reduces latency, as we can see here. Fortaleza and Sines are less than 60 milliseconds of distance. It's blink of an eye, but it is very relevant when you go into financial markets, when you explore the world of games. Ask a gamer how important 60 milliseconds are. Well, it's pretty important. It's, for instance, a robot. Somebody that spent millions of reais for a share. It's very important. It's very relevant. It will have an impressive impact in the next few years. This paradigm shift, this barrier, that is a dependency of communication, of Northern America. And not to go through a lot more, I like to say what I want to say with a link, but just to mention, to close, that we are an open operator. We're a private capital company which allows us to meet the needs of any player that is interested. And we are all lined up by generating new businesses in the cloud and pushing for gaming and financial markets and helping Brazilian companies to access content in Europe as well as Asia. The faster, more efficient manner, generating efficiency in the IT sector and potentializing what is being placed towards data, the privilege of their sovereignty on the communication in Northern America, and so much Brazil as well as Europe. We fight for privacy, which makes it so it makes sense for both countries to be connected, not depending on North America. And, well, I was going to go further, but I think Maria already said what she was going to say, what needed to be said. So, on my side, I think that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Muitíssimo obrigada, Rafael. Excelente apresentação.
Thank you so much, Rafael. Great presentation. Thank you. So go ahead, Rajani. I'm going to ask you to kindly put up the presentation that I brought. So I'd like to present myself as Rajani Pontes. I'm from Fortaleza. I was born here. I've been in Angola Cables for 3 years now. I went through a brief period outside and they asked us to go back to Angola. I took up activities once again in January. Very quick period. It was a great honor. Thank you so much for the opportunity of being here. Thank you so much for sharing this. It's something that we tend to meet a lot in events. Maria, thank you. Roberta, thank you for managing this. It's great to be able to represent Angola Cables, and which is the company I work in. My presentation, I have to align expectations with you. I have a few slides that speak about Angola, but I also bought. So they are more aimed towards telecommunications. A few pieces of info that make it so Ceará is this data hub. So first off, I'd like to speak a bit about Angola and what we have as a value proposal, and following that we will go into data and indicators. So most likely I will need a little bit more than 10 minutes just so you get into the idea. So what is Angola Cables? We are a company that possesses as an infrastructure 2 data centers. One of them here in Fortaleza. We share 3 data centers. Since we're here, I would like to invite everybody that is here to tour with us. Our contact is at the end. It will be a pleasure to present to you our infrastructure. And another data center of ours will be in Angola. Within this data centers, we are a point of data traffic. We are PICs here in Angola. We have undersea cable systems. We have 3 cables that go above 31,000 kilometers of cabling. Following this, I will show you. We are in 5 continents here. 3 presence center. We talk about POPs, means we are present in the main data traffic. Means we are in these places getting data, getting accords, content that is available to deliver this to our clients. Afterwards, I will go further into the. It's important to be present in more than 20 countries. this photograph that you saw here is the real one of our data center. Those of you that have had the chance to visit them have been next to this and have been able to go here. A few of you have. So this is our map. We have the South America cable system. It's a cable that goes through the South Atlantic. It connects to our two data centers. I think it's 3 milliseconds. We're on the other side of Africa. It's less than a blink of an eye. We can get there very quickly. And this center is connected to next to West Africa cable system. It goes from South Africa. It approaches along the African coast until it enters Europe. When we get to Europe, we connect to a ring that will allow us to be present in this protection ring and redundancy ring. I mean, European sectors going back to the Atlantic side, we have Monet. Monet is a cable that connects Americas and Miami, where we have our arrival. We go up to New York, and what I like to point out, we have a ring protection in the South and the North Atlantic. So this protection guarantees that if there is a rupture in any of our cables, we will guarantee that the service will remain active for our clients because we really are protected in this ring format. And recently, we opened a new port using partner cables of ours in Singapore. So today we have a presence in the 5 continents. And practice reflects into the delivery. It allows a series of benefits for clients that connect to us. So we are speaking of content that is in Asia, for instance, is related to gaming, for instance, when we talk about our clients that are providers, internet ISPs, there is an interest of towards this type of content. Asia is a place which is a huge hub of this type of content, but not just there. The truth is that every point is spread all over the world where we have a presence in a lot of these places. We perform protocols, which is connecting directly to the content to deliver this in a very robust manner with low latency, very high quality level for those that connect to us. Who are our clients? When we observe, for instance, undersea cabling and data centers, all companies that require some kind of services within our portfolio. So within today the system, you have an ecosystem that supports suppliers, but not just providers. There are financial institutions, telecom giants in the streaming segment, and so forth, because since we are a neutral carrier, we manage to deliver services for any client that needs infrastructure, be they connectivity, be they related to infrastructure with a high protection level and a shared tree. So here in Brazil, we are present in Fortaleza, of course, São Paulo, and Rio de Janeiro. On top of that, we have accords and partnerships with a few data center segment giants. So we have a partnership with FlagStation, and we have a partnership with Digital Reels. So these companies have data centers spread across the world, but our clients that must connect, where they need to talk face to face with any of these destinations, using our own network, our undersea cable systems, we can deliver this solution. Meeting the needs of these clients. So this is our structure, speaking a bit more to finish up the portfolio side of things. There we go. So one of the things that, speaking about connectivity, we talk about undersea cables, we're talking about a few possibilities. The first one is to have this interconnection between several points, as I said beforehand, where data centers, we manage to meet a face-to-face with a client that needs a solution in any place, and place where they need to. But not just that, we also have solutions of transit, which is wholesale internet, which is one of the main products that an ISP needs. It buys wholesale and sells retail to their clients, so to speak. So what we give to these providers when they connect to us through our IP transit. So here we have this diagram that gives a vision of what we capture in our IP transit. So we capture this content related to the PTTs, international, national PTTs, and the appealing chords. We have these cloud solutions, gaming solutions. We can see here global Netflix, Facebook, so forth. These are services that we provide directly for IP transit and also connectivity to the main tier 1 globals. I don't know if everybody is familiar with this naming sense, but tier 1 is where the spine of the internet. So it's connected. In practice, it means that this ISP that connects to us will have a quality in this link that will guarantee very much stronger and efficient routes for content that is relevant to their end user.
Então, essa é enfim, dado importante.
So another important piece of data I was forgetting. And this service we deliver protection. So here we can see more and more DDoS attacks that halt, that stop companies, that will digital companies, physical companies, they suffer attacks from hackers and they end up having huge losses because of it. The solution Angola Cables provides for the clients, it is embarked with anti-DDoS protection against DDoS attacks. So it's complementary information for you. So speaking a bit about alterations of Angola Cables briefing is what we propose to the market, and I am available at the end. You'll have my data at the end, so if you want to chat, I'll be available. After this, I'd like to bring in some numbers, some indicators that will be useful for us to speak about our presence and a few telecom indicators of data and tech. Rafael actually said just a short while ago that Fortaleza as a city that is notable when it comes to the amount of submarine cables. So yes, they have today 10 submarine cables in the city, and you only lose to the Fujairah city. I don't want to say it wrong, but 13 cables in the Fujairah, the city, and the United Arab Emirates. And I'll go back further on to speak about this. Well, when it comes to the data centers in Latin America, the segment of data centers, it must reach investment values above $1 billion in 2023. It means a growth of around 11%, as Brazil has continental proportions. That starts at 40% of this investment is in Brazil. It's an interesting, important indicator to understand how Brazil has relevance within Latin America when it comes to technology, especially data centers. Speaking a bit about Brazil, telecom markets, we are the fourth country, the largest internet traffic in the world. We have 80 billion monthly page views, and here, top of the position that we have Brazil, you have US, Russia, and China, respectively, with 100 million and 90 million. An important piece of that is here in Brazil, what makes these monthly page work is very related to digital platforms and video streaming. And another important piece of data here, so we can comment the EXPR, which is BTP São Paulo. Actually, any EXPR, but especially the CP São Paulo, as I'm going to say, it reached in December 2021 20 terabits of internet exchange. That's an important number, higher than in the pandemic. During the pandemic, it got to 4 terabits. It was gigantic. We reached this historic number, 43% more than in the same month of the prior year, and PPT São Paulo became highest in the world when it comes to number of participants, according to the international list of telecommunications. So the source is also, I put it here so you can see it later. And we're going down to speak about the telecom market here in Ceará. There was an increase of 165% approximately in data traffic of broadband, fixed broadband data, and 16% in mobile broadband. When we observe this consumption, is a relevant piece of data for us to comment that in Brazil, the average of households with fixed broadband is around 20%, but Ceará, it has 25% of participation. So we realize that Ceará has a slightly different behavior when it comes to the rest of Brazil, when it comes to households that have broadband. And for 2025, the perspective is that we will reach more or less 1 million connections until the end of the year. It's a bit more, till 190. So in practice, what does this happen? There are a few studies that say that this happens because there are 3 factors. First one is offer, the supply. There is a lot of submarine undersea cables. Second, the digital belt, which brought digital inclusion towards the countryside state. And since we have the digital belt, there is a heating up within the region. And so there's an increase in providers in that region as well. More offer and more homes that are connected. Rejane, 2 more minutes to close this. I'm gonna surprise you'll be done before. This is the last slide, actually. I couldn't not mention digital solutions. Today, we realize a huge amount of investments aimed towards digital solutions. It's a sector that is irreversible. A lot of the time, there are hybrid work days, one part is on cloud, but there is a trend that has a very notable growth in infrastructure within data centers for cloud infrastructure solutions. So in a public cloud, and there are 2 types, public and private. So public cloud has a perspective of growth around 36%. Within this scenario, the private cloud has an estimate of growth within 8%, relating to both indicators in 2021 and now 2022. So DDC, as I said, I was going to be faster. So that's it. So here are my contacts. In case you need it, I am available. Rejane, thank you so much. It was great. So now I will agree with Rejane, Rafael, and Maria that Rejane, at the end, Rejane, I'm going to ask you for final considerations. I said so much. You're very illustrative in that time. I will ask each of you 1 question, and then at the end, we have our considerations at the end. And sadly, we will not have public questions due to time, but Maria, Rafael. Maria's still there? What is Maria? Yes, I'm here. Hey, Maria, I'm here. I'm going to ask you something. Once again, thank you for your great presentation. Ecosystem. And this gives me a very short time ago, a few years ago, as I said, the investment market, but there is a passage by the government. And there we verified that the state-of-the-art development in the world is for you to have an environment where you've concentrated on a lot of things that Maria said: quality of life to live, to work, for entrepreneur, access to renewable energy, communities, relating to connectivity. And the Economic Forum in 2013, it signaled that there are several pillars to have a true ecosystem entrepreneurship. One of them is infrastructure. So speaking about the other 6, one of them is market, the other is culture, there's infrastructure, there's training, there's intellectual capital, there's community, so the support mechanisms and the funding, how you finance through financing or investment, all of this. And this ecosystem, the real ecosystem, we have several players working in synergy for sustainability of this ecosystem. It's like that in biology and nature and the business world. So these 7 pillars are the formers of this great network so that companies can support. So going towards this question, I'd like for you to know, I'd know from you 2 questions on all the final considerations. What are the key players that need to have in this ecosystem to consolidate a data hub? What are the main challenges for this to happen? So what is the main challenge to consolidate a global hub, a global data hub, and what are the adequate and minimal funds are needed for this consolidation as well? I thank you once again for your participation. Well, what's responsible for the key players, the communities. It's key to have a institutional partner, a government partner that will represent an entity, a licensing entity or a government entity, and from then this partner will make it faster. The procedure in some way to make it faster, the procedures that can be a bit, let's say, a bit more complex, a bit more longer lasting than business. And the idea of having, for instance, communities, municipalities, for instance, of the CINUS, Municipal Chamber, allows to open doors in a conversational form of common interests, the concerns and the embarrassment that are ahead of business there, and that is a key point to understand that we're not here in bureaucracy, we're talking just about understanding in a way, in a direct manner, what is the embarrassment in the business world. Second, a key partner are the institutions of innovation or representing an institution that represents this community of universities, technological partner, and innovation.
Mas não seja para entender as necessidades das empresas.
And be able to guide the courses and their needs. And afterwards, it's also key the entities that will generate utilities, the entities that generate all the infrastructures, physical infrastructures, of course, and physical infrastructures, support infrastructures in this business. And it is key that the suppliers, water suppliers, will keep in mind the needs of data centers that the providers will be able to, starting from this forum, have their projects, their future products in a way that will have the capacity to satisfy the needs of companies. Finally, of course, the suppliers, the telecom suppliers, or the operators, that will also, we also like to bring to the table, basically put together on the same table those that supply, those that need things, and those that need the things, and those that are capable of quickening the whole process those are your finishing thoughts. Second question, I'll ask it to, that was like completed. If anything, Rafael has anything to say, you can have your final thoughts. Final thoughts, Maria, you can please, final thoughts. Final thoughts. Out of all that I've heard, before the panel, how I've heard, that was also said that the event in Ceará has this whole geographic location. It's what's closest to Europe to be able to develop or dynamize Europe and Asia. Maybe the geographic location is very important. Afterwards, utilities and the capacity as a challenge. I don't know very well all of Ceará. Out of all the times that I went on vacation, I did this for a few years, so I don't have a lot of feeling. I have the feeling that there'll be less availability if you're qualified of having a big region, even when compared to Portugal, as everything is concentrated there in a space that is very small. And I think it's a big challenge. It's notable that Ceará will be able to show in the future connections and partnerships to areas that are, well, like in Europe, and the US and Latin America. I think those are challenges to keep in mind. I just like to thank you. It was quite informative. I'd like to thank Ceará Global and the organization for the invitation. There are several levels to collaborate with you. These events of this sort that will bring in such information. Thank you all. Thank you, Maria. José Piquet. I need to send him a greeting. So, Rafael. So, with what Maria said, I think that that has to do with the government. And one is education, train young people with technology, educate them, because the digital revolution depends on people and investing in them and training young people in Ceará. That's basic. The same way so that these young people will stay in Ceará, generating this value that we're commenting on. And for these opportunities, people that are making an effort to and want to stay with their families, they don't want to go to São Paulo or Rio. This will cause a lack of opportunities, make it so that they will decide to leave. And also a matter of infrastructure. We all want to services, illumination, good security. I think these two axes are basic to create a demand and labor. This region of Ceará.
Também, eu acho que faz falta uma questão de inovação, tanto por parte
part of the government as well as part of the companies. As Maria said, if there's public institution does not have nothing would have happened in the same way. Said needs to be innovative, doing a good job, showing this image of innovative people. They need companies that have the courage to be innovative. Telecommunications, the competitivity is very high. People, more and more, we want great quality, watch our TV shows, but we don't want to play too expensive because we need it to be cheap. But this actually has an effect on investment in quality. So breaking the paradigm of what is established till now, it's hard. The government as well as companies need to be brave enough to do things differently. At the end of the day, how we see the quality. A lot of companies today, clients, they decided that the way they are working today is fine. They're just working through the North American networks. But companies that will work with us will realize how the clients are starting to realize the improved quality, but they need to see this paradigm. We're all hostages to our own vices, so you always need to have a little push to be brave enough to change things, and this, at the end of the day, generates value. So at the end of the day, if you make things differently, if you think differently, if you see things differently, so I think that in Ceará, you can learn how to do things differently in a city like at Velos, etc., to attract investment, to be a tech hub, and learn the lessons, as Marcellus said, how they manage to attract people, companies, and content, so that Marcellus can be a transit point of the amount, being a tech hub, and content and value be there. So I think that it's a very strong partnership between the companies and the government. And, well, just to close, I think that Ceará is on the right track, and that we need to work together to make it so that the value of Ceará is realized in Africa with our colleagues, as well as in Europe, and with our companies in North America, that will not just be a transit hub with Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rafael. Thank you. Harry said many things that I think are important. As somebody from Ceará, I realized the growth and development of the project, the hub projects here in Ceará. They're old, logistically, technologically. It is in fact realized that the fruit of, we see from the numbers that we saw here, we must continue to grow, we need to continue to do more, so that these numbers will remain and grow. So since we have a educational job of developing youth, training people so that they will be able to be here in the place, do their job, making the environment grow, is the best thing you can have. So we realize that this is something that needs to be done. So this partnership with, as Maria and Rafael said, is essential, because we're talking about the development of a state, and this development will have an effect on the rest of the country. So it's very important that this will consolidate. As the digital belt, which is important, only if we realize a stronger. We have giants operating in the countryside, but it's important that this continues, that it will remain, so that it will prevail, and we will have more investment in Ceará. Thank you, Rejani. Once again, I'd like to thank the organization of the event, thank our guests, Maria, Rajane, for the excellent presentations, due to their availability, and the invitation to moderate and the privilege of moderating this panel.
Moderação essa que foi feita de maneira magistral, querida Roberta, parabéns, muito obrigado a todos. Gostaria de pedir às duas que viessem à frente para a gente fazer uma foto oficial do nosso painel. Encerramos, por gentileza, aqui aproveitando os nossos convidados. Parabéns e muito obrigado à Regiane Ponte, a Maria Alexandre Costa, o Rafael Lozano e a Roberta Mota, que tão bem conduziu o nosso painel. Este é o nosso Ceará Global 2022. Seguindo na nossa programação, nosso fotógrafo está registrando aí devidamente para a gente ficar com essa foto do nosso painel. E lembrando, senhoras e senhores, que nós estamos no primeiro dia, muito obrigado a vocês. Estamos no primeiro dia de programação do nosso Ceará Global 2022, evento anual e itinerante, com enfoque na área de negócios internacionais e que retorna ao formato presencial agora em 2022. Para você que está acompanhando a gente na transmissão virtual e entrou um pouquinho depois do início do evento, nós estamos direto do auditório do BS Design Corporate Towers, aqui em Fortaleza, capital do estado do Ceará, de onde fazemos a transmissão online por meio da plataforma Metrópole Virtual, que foi criada especialmente para o evento. Sugiro a vocês que estão acompanhando aí, e também a nossa audiência, o nosso auditório, também a nossa plateia, que sempre que possível, deem uma volta, passeiem, conheçam a plataforma, visitem os diversos espaços que estão lá, que foram disponibilizados especialmente para vocês. E agora, vamos dar sequência em mais um painel do dia com o título Vantagens Locacionais Competitivas. Como identificar e como aproveitar. Vamos para a nossa vinheta.
Advantages and competitive advantages for the local market.
Gostaria de convidar a vir o palco, então, a senhora Cibele Gaspar, diretora da Nex e Assessoria Financeira.
Gaspar, Director for Nex.
Participará à distância, então, de forma remota, o senhor Javier Casademont, diretor para o Brasil e colaborador acadêmico do Departamento de Estratégia e Gestão Geral da Esg Business School. Quem irá fazer a mediação do painel é o senhor Célio Fernando Bezerra Mello, economista e secretário executivo de Regionalização e Modernização da Casa Civil do Governo do Ceará.
Executive Secretary for Modernization.
Nosso mediador terá 5 minutos para fazer a abertura do painel e as suas considerações. Na sequência, nossos palestrantes, senhora Cibele Gaspar e senhor Javier Casademont, terão 10 minutos cada para a sua explanação.
Our lecturers will have 10 minutes each for their explanation. So good afternoon. It's very important to be here in Ceará Global. I think this is the main symbol of the internationalization we are passing through. I thank you a lot to be in this moment side by side with Cibelo and Javier Casademont. It's a very rich moment to us to establish local competitive advantages, right? Professor Javier, so talking about competitive advantages for Michael Porter, do you remember? So important is to put this context and how to make it more powerful. In Ceará, I can say on first hand that till tomorrow we'll have 22 memorandums of understanding on green hydrogen. And we are only beginning. We have 8 under discussion. And besides this, we have 17 requests for permits for offshore wind farms operations. So we are moving from the rhetorics to reality. And as been stated here in Roberta's panel about this matter, we have 18 transoceanic cables. So these are outstanding numbers. So something is happening in our site, Professor and Cibele. So to experience this moment is to leave rhetorics and going into reality. And well, I promise to make some disclosures. In this internationalization, Ceará, in the environment, we are we are signers of the net zero commitment. So we have other 10 states with this. Ceará is participating in on the two coalitions, and we have 260 unities all over the globe. We are under the strategy of SDG strategy as um, as signatories or undersigned. And I can give you more information. In the OCDE, we participate in a peer review with Australia and Canada to discuss regulation policies, and we're aiming to have the best policies and practices in the world. And also in the spatial marine planning, we are the first state in the world to have its coastal, or Brazilian state to have its coastal map atlas. And then we've been invited by the Brazilian Navy, to talk about our coastal area. So we are leading the way of the coastal planning, and we have a global and internationalized Ceará. But we also need to understand that we have a dual economy in movement. We are discussing about the localization, localization, a very important neologism to reminding you what the governor said. We have lots of flex. Okay, we are not talking about Adam Smith and the riches of the nations. We are discussing the wealth of the nations. We are talking about cooperation for more competitiveness, and this will transform our state. We are at number 29 in terms of GDP. We grew 6 points, more than 6 points in our GDP last year, but this is not by chance. It's strategic planning, and we have Ceará 2050 planning as well, and we have lots of actions, initiatives, and governance environment with international commitments. These are state projects, so regardless government, we are working with 20 years, and it's a lot of work to do, but it's a promise to transform our reality. That were my initial remarks, and then I will pass to Professor Javier Desmond, our director for Brazil, for his initial considerations. Afternoon, everyone. I'm Spanish, but I'm living in Brazil for 12 years. I have a Brazilian kid, a Brazilian wife. I don't think I'm going home. I think this is my home, and thank you for the kind introduction, the kind invitation to share this panel with you. And thank you very much, Ceará Global 2022, for having me here. My name is Javier. I am a professor of strategy, and I'm a consultant for BID, for BID, working in Latin America. And in the last 5 years, I've been in Brazil, working with investment attraction. And that's what I am about to talk about the competitive advantages and how to use better these advantages. And I'm bringing you a brief presentation to accomplish with the time rules. Well, I told the organization that I would send these slides for anyone who needs them. I will send the organization, and the organization can forward them to you. And these principles are general for companies and for the states. And I will talk about three key elements of the competitive advantages. So some have been mentioned, some from Europe, from like happens in Europe. So sun, climate, weather, better saying. I will bring some models, some tools. These are not from the porter, the author, but they are good practices and international practices, and that can be applied to any organization, so state and others, to work on the strategic level. And the three key elements to identify, to validate, and using competitive advantages. Here my contacts, if you will. Well, our competitive advantages. Our grounds are founded over capacities, so some capacities are easier to copy or to replicate, and I will bring you two frameworks, one to identify, another one to validate those advantages. So in these competitive advantages in Ceará, in terms of internationality, so they comprehend not only physical resources, obviously. Physical resources, they can be replicated, or they can be emulated or offered for the importance of investment attraction. We're talking about an international company, not only abroad, but a company that is already in Brazil to broaden their investments in Brazil. It's called Aftercare. And through international or national banks, we have key capacities, and we need to take advantage to identify these competitive advantages. So which tools we need to use? I see in a very repetitive fashion in investment attraction, especially talking about subnational units like states, provinces, etc. And municipalities, why not? Our communication, despite the advantages, is very generic. What makes complicated to the foreign investors to acknowledge. So for them to acknowledge, we need to go deep in the relationship, and then it makes the cycle of investment gets too much long. We need to add complexity, and so adding complexity that we do not need in a cycle that is complex and long enough. Basically, we have two models here, and one of them essential. It's a model of resources and capacities that I will approach in the next minutes. The first serves to us to identify the key capacities of the state of Ceará. The model of Brio, so the value, replicability, rarity, and organization. The VRIO or VRIO model. So it's a nice framework to identify and to attract investments. And for these models to be used fruitfully, they need to be put in a unique value proposition, letting clear how our capacities are and validating them. We need to establish how we communicate this in a clear fashion with a unique value proposition. And then last but not least, how do we produce this? in a sectoral, with a sectoral approach. For example, in Ceará, we have the leather industry, we have renewable energy industry, steel milling industry, textile industries, and others, and how these unique, so-called unique value proposition is translated into a located value proposition through sectors for us to have differential power for investments. The only purpose of the competitive advantage is to us to gain a differentiated position in the foreign investors. If we communicate that we have, for example, too much sunlight, as other places can communicate, our differentiation will be very low. It's not, well, it's true, we have a lot of sunlight, but we need to, what I'm saying, it's the way we communicate, because we need to communicate in a clear fashion the differentials and the competitive advantages and address the disadvantages, and to communicate them in a very specific fashion to persuade the foreign investors' minds. And now I'll get you into the details. The models of the resources and capacities. So the theory of the resources rationale says that each location has a series of resources and capacities that combined, they create competitive advantages. So most part of the times, as strategists, and we see the governors, executives, they focus on the more tangible parts, but we, from the strategies, we know that our competitive advantages, they are incremental, and they are incremental when we combine tangible and intangible resources. And the lower part, we have the grant model, and in the lower part of this slide, we have a series of resources. So we don't need to identify all the resources of the whole world, but the resources from our state, for example, tangible. We're talking about the weather. We have sea. We are close to Europe. This is tangible. And so we need to combine this to intangible resources. We can, and we have to perform a campaign, and then to increase reputation of the state with the combination of tangible and intangible resources through the local culture. And when we talk about culture, we're talking about human resources. And the human resources and the capacities are consequences. Some of the previous panelists talked about knowledge, motivation, commitment, creativity. I'm having the pleasure to work with Ceará fellows, and I see how creative people from Ceará is, and these intangible class of resources, together with human resources, are authentic elements of competitive advantages. So what we have to do to combine tangible and intangible resources and human resources as well through organizational capacities, establishing a state strategy, to create an agency for that. We have an agency already. Organizing this
Professor Javier, por gentileza,
this ground of competitive advantages. Professor Javier, 2 minutes, please. Okay, and all this are dealt with as competitive advantages. The second model to validate these competitive advantages, as we've identified, is this model from Barney. Once identified this Barney model, and then we have this matrix, and we have the yes and no's, and we need to focus on what is almost inevitable and what is not inevitable, and if to assess if the resources are being used to foster international investments, and we need to establish differentials for our state to differentiate among states and to compete in an interesting fashion, and also to international differentials. And when we assess all this, we have international competitive advantage established. And this advantage may be translated into a unique value proposition. That is what foreign investors they seek for. And and in Ceará we do it very well. So its basis, the grounds of this unique value proposition can be internationally communicated, and after some years this unique value proposition can be broken down into sectors, and then we can clearly show to all the sectors, to all the investors, and tell them the reasons why they can invest in our state, and not only in Rio Grande do Norte or Piauí. Thank you very much. Here are my contacts, if you will. I'll be at your disposal. Thank you very much. So thank you, Professor Javier. I think you did an excellent presentation. So reminding us about the VRIO model. And now to Mrs. Gaspar, an academic and a former colleague in the Banco do Nordeste, Bank of Northeast, and a specialist in strategy. Please, 10 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for the organization. On behalf of Mr. Romulo for the invitation, I am very proud of participating in this moment. I understand that Ceará Global, it's a very interesting experience to put our state in the right rails. So I will show you, I will try to illustrate, to depict to you our competitive advantages in terms of their identification and improvement as, well, I couldn't let alone the port of Pecém, an example itself. Please help me passing the slides here. I think the problem is on me, but all right. So quickly, briefly, we bring the diagram here. I apologize for the statics, but it's just to serve to me as a north, and how to focus on the competitiveness and governance and infrastructures, water and energy that are very important for each and all the industries. Integration and scalability with productive chains, and some insights I'm bringing to you that I will reiterate to broaden the gains regarding SMEs, to work with our SMEs, and to like a lecturer from the Hydrogen Forum, like to an analogy, so selling the shows and the picks and the shovels to establish the basic manpower here. So we have a maritime, we have raw matter, we have tax breaks, we have culture, and we're gonna get you an overall view represented by these bullets here to explain you why Ceará is the top of the trends. So we are seeing all the global productive chains experiencing an unprecedented risky situation, not fully addressed yet. And for this, many economic activities concentrated in some countries or specific regions of the world influenced in a very negative fashion our daily routine. And then pandemics, an example. So when we've had a shortage on PPEs in the health sector, and then also the raw matter for vaccines, making it difficult to save lives in the difficult period. So, this said, what are the competitive advantages? And globally speaking, what can we offer to the investors? So as other lecturers stated, so governance is a fundamental point for any investor. And Ceará is leading the way in terms of states regarding governance, and it's being aligned, or internationally I would say, in this sense. Ceará has been one of the states participating in COP26. Well, our mediator here is by my side here, and acted acknowledgeably for its institutional capacity. And Ceará is a signatory of the next zero of the global United Nations Global Compact. Here we've established an Energy Transition Commission, especially for this. So how Ceará is leading the way of this transition, and other initiatives. Yes, I'm struggling with the slides. Well, here's the we have this fourfold helix that comprises the government and public sector, academic industry, and the citizen, embracing these projects like theirs, and some assumptions of the commercial environment in Ceará. We have great volume of public investments, induced private investments, fiscal balance that is very well recognized, initiatives towards transparency and compliance, continuous improvement to accessing the world markets, and also our crown, the ZPE in Ceará, the only one effectively working, making the difference as a competitive advantage. Some inside, so public investment, so a GDP that is growing much more than the Brazilian one. And now turning to the initial bullets, the advantages of the logistic structure of the state. You see the Ceará routes, and how the routes are expanded to the world. Sorry for my lack of ability. Our port hub, we touch here, we reiterate things here but it's important to highlight. And we have the port of Pecém with the 28 million capacity, 20 million tons capacity, a natural berth that fosters capacity for great ships, the so-called ZPE, the exportation processing zone, the aerial hub with an airport operated by Fraport, the German company, with more than with almost 60,000 flights per year, and now another renovations that will connect airport logistics, the touristic trade, and etc., and also the transoceanic cables already mentioned, and that puts Ceará in the technological core. We are every day correcting information because these are not 7, 16, 18. So each week we need to update the numbers in our slides, and that's very nice. So we have logistics, we have good logistics here. We have new roads connecting all the state. We have some bottlenecks, it's true, but we are trying to address them. We have the so-called Transnordestina railroad, restarting the civil works. So here, renewable energy, and I'm connected with this history. I started with the first wind farms. I was working for the BNB, for the Banco do Nordeste do Brasil. I was working to make feasible the investments many years ago. I don't remember. So in here we have 18 wind farms. So the numbers are growing fast, and I also need to be more agile here. So just showing you the potentialities, and instead of 20 memorandums of understanding, we have 22. I couldn't let alone to mention the biomethane industry. The first biomethane industry during the pandemic provided 15% of the gas, the liquefied gas, to natural gas to our industries. We have investments in coal power plants, but not with coal, with gas. So gas power plants replacing coal. We have the new refining plant with investments of 6.3 billion. So this refining plant will be like a seashore gas station. It will be specialized in maritime fuel supply, and it's very important for the future of the state. We also have here as a situation of hydric security, the desalination plant. We are working, the state is working with the funders for this project, and also we have here water and reuse. We have the public-private partnership for sewage water, alternatives to reuse water for the future hydrogen plants. Regarding energy transition, we have some key questions talking about financing. So we have limitations on regulation. So we have great volumes of investment, making things more complex. We have high rates of investment cost for the funders, because so the investors, the companies, they need to deal with a lot of red tape within the financial system. And now we give an idea for future articulations for programs of stimulation to renewable energy and decarbonization of the industry, because green hydrogen can be a vector of decarbonization for our industry, but our industry needs to be prepared. We have a great volume of capital that is being, so we have lots of European funds being prepared for that, waiting for the subnational public bodies for these.
Querida Cibele, mais minuto, por gentileza.
In Brazil, we have our National Bank for Funding, so BNDES, Social and Economic Development National Bank. So through this bank, we have some good frameworks, but we lack of modernization, I would say. And getting back to our results in Ceará, the best results in Brazil in terms of education, we have districts of innovation and health. Roberta talked about this, right? And talking about at 22 Barcelona. And we have lots of academic institutes engaged in this renewable energy sector, and I couldn't not mention, I needed to mention the blue economy, so-called blue economy, because the sea brings a universe of possibilities, as well as tourism, very well known in Ceará, very representative. Creative economy, and I'm paying my respects to Mr. Expedito Celeiro. It's a master of Ceará's culture. So our state is very celebrated for its artistic manifestations. And lastly, we have lots of challenges: financing, regulation, certification, decarbonization, regulation for the green hydrogen specifically, with no world standardization yet. So certification framework, decarbonization of industry, we need to think about programs for all industries. Internalization of new technologies. We need to get knowledge from abroad and then replicate it internally, building the capacity, and also, as our governor said, it's not worth it if we have this development without addressing inequalities. So addressing inequalities must be always a priority. And sorry for the time. So sorry for going over the time, and thank you very much. And well, me as a moderator, I would like to thank both lecturers for the wonderful lectures. There's a word mentioned here, so trust. Trust is a very important word, and so you saw the model that's called VRIO, so rarity, replicability, or imitability, and we moved from that narrative, and we managed to show that Ceará is doing its homework. We have lots to advance, and I'll pass to Javier and Cibele for their final remarks. It's been nice to talk about these localization competitive aspects to show our differentials in this sector. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Cibele. Actually, Ceará has everything to grow exponentially in the next years. So the model, the presentation, the resources, the VRIO model, it's made to communicate to the whole world that Ceará, in simple words, is the top of mind in terms of investment, attracting international investments. We have one of the greatest ports in the world, a differential for sure, not only in Brazil, but for all the Latin America, for all the South Cone, and also raising awareness on capacity building, on all the technological projects, and validating these competitive advantages, creating a certain communication strategy, bringing investors, bringing money, bringing also knowledge in an accelerated fashion. And indeed, through capacity building, to overcome this challenge of lack of knowledge, transferring knowledge, and replicating it locally. Okay, I'm sure that last year, when we'll be lecturing in Ceará Global 2023, we'll be updating a lot of these numbers. Thank you very much. Okay, so I will take advantage of this minute to tease you, my dear friend Célio. We've been talking about this in the social media. We are seeing this need of funding and all the difficulties regarding the organization of the investments for the investors. So dozens of billions of reais in hydrogen, in energy generation plants, refining, and how to facilitate to the investors. So sometimes past problems gives us the answers for the present. In the year 2000, when I was working in the Banco do Nordeste, we've built a solution for the touristic infrastructure needs for the northeastern region, and then that became a model to the whole Brazil called ProDetour. By that time, we established a partnership with the BID, and in that time we've fundraised billions of dollars, and then we provided sanitation, road infrastructure, big infrastructure. so bigger than the BNB framework, the Banco do Nordeste framework. So made possible through this framework called ProDetour. And now I'm gonna remind you about ProDetour, my friend, because Ceará's government has the proper skills to call this responsibility in the sense of building for the financial institutions in Brazil a similar program to make to facilitate the energy transition. I needed to tease you on this, my friend. Thank you for the organization. Well, when you tease me, I need to answer, you know. We are working on something. I need to answer that or to respond to that. We've been working with the World Bank. We've had 6 billion in demand for the states and 1.9 billion of actual resources, but we've approached the federal government because Europe, Germany specifically, was launching 77 billion euros for the Energy Transition Fund. And we've had a program, we came to MCTI, and we've been received by Ministro Paulo Levi. And then we talked to the ministry, with the Minister for Mining and Energy to talk about it. Well, we are trying to approach things upside down. And as doctors, as we're in the middle of a process, so talking about thermal electric plants, decarbonization of the industries, a nationally qualified project. But with the federal government in these difficult moments of a year of election, we have a nice pathway open to this debate. We are seeing how Ceará is getting confident and accumulating trustworthiness abroad. And when you talk as in a technological way, we asked for some space in this budget for something that is more infrastructural. Sometimes we cannot summarize things and just only Pecém. The port of Pecém was made of 7 years of study before, and then I've studied in Beijing, and then we need to talk. When we talk something that can be sustainable, so talking about Oriental pragmatism, we need to think about 10 years. We have initiatives, short-term initiatives. So you say that we'll need to overcome our we need a political reform in Brazil, but we are entering this mindset with Ceará Global, with Ceará 2050. So cultural change in the long term. But excellent teasing, Cibele. We need resources. Without resources, we cannot do anything. Thank you very much, and I close the panel right now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Célio, Fernando, for
muito segura, com muita informação. Cibele, muito obrigado. Professor Javier também. Vamos fazer uma foto. O professor Javier está aqui no telão. Vamos juntar aqui os dois para fazermos uma foto.
So interpretation will
come
back after the
picture. Com o professor Javier aqui ao telão. Nosso
fotógrafo.
Encerramos mais um painel do nosso Ceará Global 2022. Nossa programação segue, celere e muita coisa. Nós ainda temos aí 2 painéis e vamos fazer emendados rapidinho, porque nós temos muita informação importante para você que está assistindo conosco online, Ceará Global 2022, acompanhando na nossa metrópole virtual. Já vamos direto. Nosso próximo painel do primeiro dia de atividades tem como tema
Our next panel has as a subject matter energy transition opportunities and challenges. Was our team, our speakers, I would like to invite Mr. Orlando Fiorenzano, Supply Director of Solar Coca-Cola.
Participam de forma remota
o
senhor Jonas Becker, coordenador no Ceará da Associação Brasileira de Energia Solar Fotovoltaica, a AB Solar, e a senhora Elbia Ganon, presidente da ABEólica, Associação Brasileira de Energia Eólica,
energy
E
eólica.
quem vai conduzir e mediar este
And
painel,
the one
nosso
that will
querido
mediate
Joaquim
this
Rolim,
panel will be
coordenador de
Joaquim
energia do
Rolim,
Núcleo de
coordinator
Energia
of
da
the Energy
Federação
Nucleus
das
of the
Indústrias do
Federation of
Estado do
Industries of
Ceará,
the State of
a
Ceará,
FIEC, e
FIEC,
também presidente da
and
Câmara
also
Setorial
president
de
of the
Energia da
Chamber of Energy of
ADESE.
ADES.
Nós vamos ter, para os nossos
We'll have for
palestrantes,
our
10 minutos
speakers 10
cada
minutes
e
each,
5 minutos para o nosso Joaquim
5
Rolim fazer a
minutes
abertura
for
oficial
Joaquim for
e
the
as suas
official opening
considerações
and
iniciais do painel.
his
Por
initial
favor.
consideration in the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you for being patient and for your comprehension. It does happen, and it's very important to have you here, because without you, we'd just be speaking into the wind, and that's not a good thing, right? So here we have large authorities, leading names like Dr. Elvia Ganon. She is the president of AB Eolica. AB Eolica is an entity that is quite relevant, and the electric sector of Brazil and Biolica started here in Ceará. I have a large appreciation for our state. And Dr. Elvia, she is right now in Norway, so speaking directly from Norway. We are here a bit late. In Norway, it's almost 11 at night, so it's almost midnight. Once again, Dr. Elvia, for your participation. Another entity that is quite relevant in the electric sector of Brazil is AB Solar. They are represented here by the regional director, Jonas Becker. And Jonas is also director of Cindy Energia. It's a very strong syndicate. It's a partner of our sector. And Jonas will also be speaking about Cindy Energia. We also have Orlando from Solar Coca-Cola. He will also speak a bit about the relevant subject matter, which is energy transition. So, everyone, energy transition is a subject that has been ongoing for some time, has been happening on its own. However, we need to make it faster. That's the issue. We're in a hurry due to the climate problems that are occurring currently. So, we had in 2015 the Paris Accord, which establishes its goal, elevation of 2 degrees on 2 degrees Celsius on the ambient temperature until the end of the century. And now, on COP26, last year, we represented FIEC, their invitation for the Ministry of Health, and we saw the strength of the subject matter, and then they ended up, instead of 2 degrees until the end of the century, it's 1.5 degrees. And this elevated temperature, let's say that is ongoing over time, we're at more than 1 degree more than when we started counting. So it showed we're no longer in the process of climate change. Now the term used climate crisis is a term, and now we'll have COP27 in Egypt from 7 to 18 of November. And in my eyes, we will have more pressure so that we can accelerate this process. And acceleration is going through renewable energy. And here we have big associations, AB Eolica, Cindy Energia, an entity as progression segment, and Fernando Abreu. But sadly, due to the time, we have a trip that is already set up. We could not stay until now. And Lais Eriam, who is a director of sustainability in Cindy Energia, speaking for Cindy Energia, but it's in a place where sadly these hybrid events run into situations like this. And there was an interruption in the signal. Will be represented by Cindy Energia through Jonas Becker. And he asked me to contribute. One of the syndicates that acts most on FIEC. I arrived last night from Intersol in Sao Paulo, a spectacular event. You could see the grandioseness that is solar energy in Brazil, so you have an idea. We had in these 3 days just finished today, more than 40,000 people on the center north. So, at more than 1,600 in Congress, showing strength that is a segment. So, really, the evolution is substantial. Just so we can speak for a few 30 seconds in our eyes of the industrial sector for the chamber that we have. We know that we need to move forward. Brazil is in a privileged situation because if you take a look today, 86% of our electrical energy is renewable. 86% of it makes it so when compared to the global average, the average is 26% of energy have clean energy, and for producing electrical energy, so it's more than 3 times as much. If we look at energy as a whole, just adding electrical energy to transportation energy and industrial heating, it's 41% in renewable Brazil, and the global average is just 11.4%. This shows more than 5 times. It shows that we, and it must when we sell our products in another country, mention this as good sales, that we are selling what is essentially a green product, an environmentally friendly product. Brazil is a country that has the most chance of reaching 100% of its electricity to be renewable and clean, and 100% of energy as a whole. So this energy transition, it's at 86% renewable. We're not going to wait for others. No. We can go to 100% and sell green steel, green cement, green textiles. We're competing with the textiles, with the Chinese products. Over there, 80% of it is produced through fossil fuel. Ours is the opposite. 20%, only 20% is non-renewable. So keep in mind, stimulating each one of us to move forward, and Ceará has its hydrogen hub, as was spoken about here. I don't even need to mention that, but I'm going to open up now our presentations here with our first presentation. Once again, I'd like to thank Dr. Elia Gannon, longtime friend and a first-rate professional. Needs no introductions. Thank you so much for your participation. You're pretty far away, but you're close to us. Thank you. Congratulations for the event. Thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry, but I think my camera is kind of weird. Looks a bit dark. I'm in a hotel room. My lamp is trying to make this a bit. You can see very well. You can see very well. Thank you. So it's a pleasure. Congratulations for the discussion. I think this discussion is very relevant. We have a lot of discussions. And hydrogen, offshore, that's what we work on. And I've studied quite a bit at the energy transition and the last few years. And we can see that it gained a lot of strength starting from 2020, be it in the financial market, the ESG, and also because of the strength of the discussion of the post-pandemic rise of the economy and the energy crisis that we've seen in the last 3 years. We lived, globally speaking, at least 3 energy crises. The first one of them was more or less March 2020, when the price of petrol went down drastically, and it was a big shock on the global market. After this strong crisis, there was a lack of trust when it comes to energy transition, because in the scenario for fossil fuels, the world started to ask itself if in fact we would have an energy transfer. And we specialists in the sector, and this is just a joint situation, a trajectory pathway of energy transition was already decided. That's the way, that's where the world is moving. And what's going on right now is an actual shock. It occurs quite frequently, especially with commodities. So, retaking of China post-COVID, not this retaking, this brought in a lot of pressure on energy resources. This crisis is a crisis that is mad. And we are now on a third crisis resulting from the war on Ukraine. We thought it wouldn't last too long. A war that has been ongoing for 6 months now, and this has brought forward an energy scenario that was quite complex and very serious geopolitical matters. So whenever we face these global energy matters, we put into discussion the matter of energy transition itself and the risks that are associated, or let's speak, climate emergency. Right now, we are discussing normally where we're going, where is energy transition moving, and more than anything, at what speed and at what cost this energy transition would occur. And it's very important to analyze these factors and to realize the opportunity that the world has. Developing countries like Brazil, holders of renewable resources that have the capacity and the possibility to lead this whole transition process due to them possessing economies that have characteristics that are quite adequate to this. What does that mean, quite adequate? What does that mean? Well, Brazil is a country that is quite wealthy when it comes to renewable resources and has a large productivity of these resources. So in this aspect, the world is looking this way, investors are coming in. On the other hand, it's a country that has also a safety or sovereign risk that is quite low. Despite a few political changes, variations, and actually matters associated to macroeconomy, Brazil is a country that is quite stable from a political point of view. That doesn't have wars. It's a peaceful country, and this puts us in a position that is quite privileged. It is a trustworthy country when it comes to an important commodity provider in the world, and may be a very strong provider of the commodity known as green energy, especially when we're talking about hydrogen. So what are we seeing now when it comes to this scenario? A large opportunity for Brazil to accelerate its investments in infrastructure and transforming this investment into economical growth and to economical development and, more than anything, social development. Now is Brazil's moment to take its place. Now is the time. Never before in this country's history have we had such an important opportunity to have this process. So we need to make use of this opportunity. And are we making use of it? Well, yes, we are. But maybe we need to speed it up a bit more. That's what we're discussing now. We see initiatives that are notable in the state of Ceará. It's been a very strong process of calling in the investors, of preparing a investment chain in the renewable sector for hydrogen, for offshore energy, solar energy. The state is ready to get investments, and it is receiving investment quite well, doing them quite well, and this is the role of the state. The state union to prepare the environment to receive investments. That's what we need to do. Despite us starting towards energy transition in a very comfy position, we need to get started running, not walking or just stop. We need for the country to position itself from a political point of view, from a regulation point of view, from an economic point of view, from a social point of view, and an environmental point of view. And in that sense, we have a lot of matters that are solved and a few matters to be solved. When we look at hydrogen, we see a few changes at the federal level, the national plan of hydrogen. We also notice the preparation of documentation, the studies presented, and the preparation on part of the states. I've already mentioned the state of Ceará, and also followed by other states, especially states that still have strong infrastructure. These initiatives are relevant, the investors are coming in, but we need to improve the situation. Going to look at first is the case of offshore wind energy. Oh, okay, sure. We are at a point where we need to have a regulatory framework that is adequate to this. At the communication, we are looking very anxiously the regulation of this decree through ordinances, and this regulation will deal mainly with the directives for today's session. With this document, most likely the ordinance and this directives, we will be able to have an exception. A bid, and this bid must happen soon because we have 169 gigawatts of projects with bids and licensing, and these projects are already there, subscribed, and the investors are there waiting. Now, no investor is going to start doing environmental studies because they're very costly. There's huge investments without being sure that they are a documentation. So we need to solve this soon. We're working together with FIEC in the state of Ceará so that we can have this documentation and this regulation. I've heard, I got there last week, that we will have around November, a bit before the World Cup, we'll have this documentation. And we're talking about executive power. We had the approval in one single instance, first round of the Infrastructure Committee, a law project that dealt with offshore wind energy, that brought into the central guidelines towards the production in the ocean, wind energy. And we know that this project will now move on, go through exceptions, and for the experience that it has, the knowledge it has of raw projects. This project will be ready before the second semester of next year. 2 minutes until you're finishing of your presentation. This means that we have, when it comes to be a decree, that's why it's very important that we work for the regulation of this ordinance. The offshore energy, maybe that'll be the main point, I know. I think we must have all very quickly in this process because we started conversations and you have this recommendation when it comes to hydrogen. You have that directive. It's very important that we speak about this production chain to search incentives and other incentives to accelerate the commission. We'll have more competitive. I understand that we are lacking on the side of the federal government a positioning, a stronger positioning beyond what is already being done so that Brazil will put itself as an important leader in this transition process, looking towards economy, what Brazil needs to do. Because there are other countries that are doing it. And if we don't speed up this race towards transition, and more than anything, on the renewable energy race, offshore wind towards green hydrogen, we may lose the race to other players, and we cannot let this happen. I leave this as a message so that this discussion on the transition, everything that we have in geopolitics, what we're discussing in Norway, the time to take a position is now. We cannot lose one more minute in this game, in this race towards energy transition. So thank you very much. Very thankful towards Dr. Elia Gannon. Very important words, especially the two final messages. When it comes to offshore wind, we need to conclude the process of regulation, and the green hydrogen in Brazil were to have a roadmap for hydrogen. Green hydrogen. We see a lot of publications on the South American level, Latin American level, worldwide level, and when you search for Brazil, it is not being cited, so we need to go beyond what is being done. Thank you, Doctor. I agree 100% with your words. And now we'll pass the floor. Actually, thanks for being here. Actually, have a few minutes. You can actually stay a bit more. Or thanks for your attention. For you, maybe we get a break sequence and we can ask you something, and you can close your statements. If you could stay, it would be great. Joaquin, I'll need to. I have a very early. It's almost midnight, so I'm gonna have to go. If I could say goodbye. So let me just ask you a question. You'll answer, and there you can go. And we will thank you once again. Can that be? All right. The question is the wind power. Now it changes nomenclature. It's let's say it's object. So the Brazilian Association of Wind Energy and New Technologies. So it actually asks you so that everybody can take some knowledge of it. So you can present what this classification means, what this nomenclature means for wind energy. So once again, you can answer that, and then we'll have your final statements. I can thank you very much for that question. It's true. Eolica, they had this strategic positioning, and this repositioning was launched in April of this year. We're already working with new technology for around 6 or 7 years, mostly due to this energy transition. So we ideate new forms of investment associated towards renewable energy that is not necessarily wind energy offshore and onshore that we've worked with in the past. So we started this repositioning towards the Brazilian Association of Offshore Onshore Wind Energy and New Technologies because that's what new energy involves. Batteries is generalized storage, be it in the form of traditional batteries or hydrogen batteries. Green hydrogen investments, hybrid parks with a combination of sun, wind power, so forth, and other new technologies that will appear in the future that we do not even know of yet that will utilize renewable energy, especially our wind energy, what is our business. Our business is wind energy, but what we realize is that our business is strongly integrated with other businesses such as hydrogen, such as storage, and I saw this very clearly, I've been here for 2 days in an event, the Hydrogen Symposium, and we have another event, which is ONS, discussing technology involving the renewables sector. The response to energy transition is strongly associated to new technologies and, more than anything, the integration of technologies. So we, investors in renewable energies, we must be very attentive and look towards the future to think about a way to integrate new technologies to sustain our businesses. So thank you for the opportunity of being able to have this here. And I am thankful for the opportunity that you've given me. Thank you very much. Good evening to all of you. And I hope we will see each other soon in Brasilia. So, Doctor, we are the ones that are thank you. And so have a good rest. And I hope everything goes well for you tomorrow in Norway. Thank you. Be safe. So, I didn't do this at the start. I would like to thank Monica Hermes for the invitation to congratulate Ceará Global. Romulo for their great work they've done for Ceará. For Ceará, their Northeast and Brazil, Ceará Global. We of Ceará always share our knowledge, and this is proof. So now I will call in my friend Jonas Becker. He's the director of Esg Energy, financial sector, and I'm presenting. Let's go. Jonas Becker. He is a regional coordinator of AB Solar here in Ceará. He is a successful businessman in Eco Energia, a very important company for Ceará. So Jonas, my friend, you don't need an introduction. So I'll ask you, you will present yourself for AB Solar. Jonas is also, he doesn't have a lot of time, he already told me. So I'm going to ask you to speak for AB Solar and then for Esg Energy. And then he actually asked me to we'd sort of combine forces. So congratulations on your participation. You have a very strong relevance. You haven't done a lot for the solar sector, so a lot of what the solar sector in Brazil is related to the work done by AB Solar. So thank you, Jonas. Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. They are here in São Paulo. I'm just finishing up on Intersolar 2022. Joaquin is an old-time friend. He's been very, very kind. Thank you for the references. Actually, Joaquin, I'm in the AB Solar Council. I was actually invited to be part of the council. And it's always nice to talk about this vision of solar energy in energy transition and mainly the role of Ceará. It's an interesting matter, which is Ceará Global. How we can help when it comes to generating wealth, generating jobs, reducing social differences. I had a quick presentation. I don't know if you guys may be able to see if I try to share it. Maybe you can share it with. I'd be thankful because I always like to have a support presentation up.
Jonas, estamos vendo aqui com a
So
produção.
let me talk to these AV friends we have here. And it'll work out since I do not have control in my hands.
Só um minutinho, Jonas. Ele está tentando só
Jonas,
fazer a
just one
projeção.
second. Just
Ainda
trying
está
to
aparecendo,
get the slideshow up
vocês
and you
no
use
telão. Eu aviso.
Yeah, for me it's
Só
fine.
minutinho.
It's showing now.
Agora sim, ok.
Okay,
Estamos
now
vendo
it's
a
fine. We
apresentação.
can see the presentation now. Jonas Becker. So you can go forward, please. And Jonas Becker, energy transition, opportunities and challenges. Next slide, please. Looks like we have some issue with the images not moving forward. Okay, now it's fine. So very quickly. The main role of AB Solar is to represent and promote this sector, follow through with the advancements of the market. When the characteristics of AB Solar are stronger, is the technical responsibility of advancements and see how the market is behaving. And it's also a meeting point to have a debate about the sector, the electrical sector, as well as the solar national sector. So basically, AB Solar is part of Energy Construct, Solar Construct, which is a global entity which supports, develops energy, solar energy in the world. You can move forward, please. And a bit of the energy transition it came in through distributed generation. I say that this was the first step, one of the first steps in transition. But for me, the transition that generates the most impact is when you pacify and you generate a new business model. One of the things that I say that innovation in our sector is very much aimed towards regulation innovation. Distributed innovation is a regulatory innovation as much as we come in technology that pulls up as solar panels, inverters. In a certain way, it already existed in the off-grid world, and they came in to this on-grid world, and that's where we came in with a regulatory innovation, which is in 2012, and that's one of the first steps of energy transition, reaching the edge, reaching at our homes and the people's homes, businesses and companies, and as a transition, as a business that comes from the times of Thomas Edison and Tesla, so many other scientists in the 20th century. The same way, generating, transmitting, distributing, and finally consumption. Now it's different. It's a system that is multi-directional. There's electric cars, distributed generation, our fleet, trucks, motorcycles. Our distributed generation has an important role in energy transition. Then we need IBG at it. Speak about more than 90% of Brazilian society is interested in generating its own energy. Due to a matter of reduction of costs, freedom, dependency, return on investment, having your real estate. So this is within this populace, not in such a present manner, such a widespread manner. Not so much, but I'll speak more about that in the future. But there is a desire from society, people, to generate their own energy. It's more about this energy transition. You can move forward, please. These are a few numbers that the solar generation, photovoltaic generation already brought forward. Its impact to Brazil, more than 90 billion investments and more than 500,000 jobs generated, 17 point figures of the third most installed power in Brazil, and more than 240 million. I can't quite see. If you can see me, help me. It's a 24.6 billion, translating to pounds. But you can keep moving forward, please. What's nice about this slide that I'm familiar with them is that the energy matrix in Brazil is a matrix that is proven that it's renewable, hydroelectric. Hydroelectric in Brazil. The reservoirs are a big battery. It's this huge water service. And the national system, it operates always with the vision of cost and safety. These are our main pillars of the Brazilian national system, safety when it comes to providing energy, and need to have a lower operating cost. Decisions taken are in a certain way guaranteeing more energy in Brazil. And so when there are hydroelectric plants, even if we're lacking water, and the cost to be able to fill Brazil is very low, especially in thermoelectric plants. We see solar energy and wind energy becoming more present. Hydroelectric power, it balances the system. Because I was speaking to the director of INS in São Paulo, and he commented that the studies that they were seeing is that the seasonality of the wind and sun, which are renewable sources, is being filled out by the hydraulic source. In the same way that when the sun and wind, other renewable sources, are in their full capacity, it spares a lot of water. So it's a win-win situation that Brazilian society benefits on it. That's a point of attention. I would like to mention that Brazil really has points in the past that give us conditions for the future of the Brazilian energy matrix to continue to be clean. Now please move forward with the presentation. Slide forward. Please move forward with the presentation. Next slide, please. Can you hear me well? Because I can't hear you. I can't hear you. No, I can hear you just fine. Everything is fine. Like an FM radio. It sounds great. I'd like to be like a football radio commentator. No, you sound fine either way. The solar part sounds fine as well. But it looks like we have a bit of a delay on the slides. Just a bit of a lag on the slides. That seems to be... I don't know if our friend's going to be able to get the slides through. In the meantime, can I tell you something, Jonas? Please go ahead. Go ahead. Well, now we can do that. I told you all that Brazil emits 85% less than China to produce electrical energy. For each kilowatt per hour generated, Brazil generates 85% less. This piece of data is from 2019. When we reached 2021, Brazil had reduced its emission of CO2, of carbon, since 2014. In 2014, it was 94.1 million tons of CO2, of carbon gas. In 2020, 53. Almost 50% less. However, let's see the however, in 2021, 77.8 million tons, 45% above 2020. So it's a warning. We look at last year, we saw that risk of rationing of energy cuts, power cuts, but it wasn't just the cost, because the cost is 31 billion reais for the consumer of electrical energy in Brazil. And also, we emitted 45% more carbon gas for the production of electrical energy. So we had two problems there. So this shows the need for, in this transition process, move forward with wind energy, solar energy, ocean wind energy, more diversity, so that if we have a water crisis like we had last year, instead of generated thermoelectric energy, we'll be making use of more sun and wind. So you can keep going, Jonas, keep moving forward. All right, let's see. You can keep moving forward, Jonah, as your screen is up. So, the matter that pulls towards energy transition and its change in the matrix is the dimension of costs. It's clear that since 2010, solar energy lowered the cost of the photovoltaic panel, reduced the cost to more than 90%, So this makes it so that the project becomes even more viable in all regions of Brazil and the world. Reduction since 1975, 580 times. Pulled by the gain in efficiency and by the market is interested in having a low carbon matrix. I think you're one that likes international data. India is a country very similar to Brazil in its economic point of view. Its GDP is a bit bigger than ours, it's a bit larger GDP, but it's part of the BRICS, and part of India, close to the line equator in Brazil, but have a gigawatt of solar energy. Keep moving forward, please. Without the gigawatt, Brazil now at 17.7 gigs. See how Brazil is still in a certain way still needing to advance a lot when it comes to energy transition and its change, access to renewable energy. I think there was some other technical issue. You can't see what's going on. There's some kind of issue with the slides, so yeah. Can you hear me? Yes, we're just having some issues. We're just repositioning things here, but we're talking about India, 100 gigawatts. We only have 17, practically the same GDP, so we need to move further. Okay, since we're here, let me just tell you some data that I like, no matter the presentation. Our presentation is back. I can accelerate a bit more. Yes, my friend Mauro Costa is already here. Our MC here. He's looking at me. He's giving me the side eye. He's the guy handling time. Mauro, please. You're not gonna do this to me now, are you, Mauro? Please. I'm gonna give you a few minutes more, just in case. So, guys, solar energy sources. This is a public policy. It's very important to keep in mind. So 30 jobs generated per megawatt. So solar energy employs a lot of people. It's very important. I said it's more than 15,000 people working in the solar sector. And it's a job that is, it's an electric technician, it's a project director, an engineer. An activity that is movement of so many other movements that I think assessing, and it's it's direct work. How much would it be? Keep moving forward. And let me just a bit of this combination of wind energy, solar energy, a bit of this slide, which is that matter of complementary synergy between the sources, and something that I want to go back to is the part of innovation. It's a moment that I'm gonna have the energy credits. Who remembers 482? They have their excess credits. So we need to increase this transition. You can keep going. Increase this transition. It's important to have this exchange, which is related to virtual power plants. The expansion of the free market is a key point so that energy transition will become more and more accessible to people. So virtual power plants will have all these credits in people's homes and commerce. YouTube be able to trade these on the ESG politics. It's loaded by ESG. So Ceará, you guys, just to finish, Ceará. I am from Ceará. We need, in a certain economic and political state manner, to incentivize renewable sources even more. Ceará has 3.8 million consumer units and almost 30,000 generate their own energy. So it's still very little. We have less than 1% of our consumer units generating their own energy. So I can see that there are societies when it comes to environmental licensing. We see that there's been evolution and simplification things have been simplified within the environment secretariats of Ceará and Brazil. But we have other points that we must evolve on, such as environmental studies, so that the generation. The last slide is just renewable sources. The source is the one that has the least variability, that is historic. This proves that it's a sort of power that is very useful for our sector, for our national system, and mainly because during the day it preserves a lot of water in our country. So storage. So once again, solar sources are really a big wealth generation and something that will reduce costs for our national system. It did not generate extra expenditures. Our system does not generate. That's what the numbers from the specialists shows. That's from the AB Solar. The VPL of the solar sector is positive. So that was all I had to say. AB Solar believes in Ceará as a big partner of solar energy and the expansion in the state. It overpassed and the forecasts are saying, Joaquim, that Pernambuco is coming in. It's good that our brothers, we need to protect and advance on the growth of our renewable energy. So that's what I wanted to say, guys, and thank you very much. So thank you for your words, Representative AB Solar. So I pass the next word, in the name of Cindy Energy, and it comes to energy transition. Most of these folks know in Ceará, but we have folks from other countries hearing. So please, Jonas, very quickly, if you could show who is Cindy Energy, what have they done for energy transition, as we had agreed. I may be able to help you if we need to, if you want to. Thank you. All right, Joaquin, I'll very quickly present the syndicate, which is presided over by Luis Carlos Queiroz, our president, and he has helped a lot the sector to develop. Cindy Energia is one of the glass entities that is most present. Law 2300. Notoriously, everybody understands this in Brazil. Cindy Energy has a lot of strength in the national electric sector. Vice President Renato, directors of the distribution. So the syndicate, the union, managed to set up an environment of cooperation nationally speaking, internally with all the class entities, with governments. Our president is very skilled. He understands the sector. He's a specialist in the sector, and he knows how to put forward energy from as a one of importance. Energy is a main thing in our life, especially when we talk about digitalization of our life nowadays. How everybody has a tablet or a cell phone or a TV. We play around saying that in hotels, what is asked the most of the hotel quality is the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is like energy. So if syndicates, if unions have something to say about, speak about the sector here, with a beautiful and the associates are more for the quality. So basically, that's what I had to say about the syndicate. If you're from Ceará, you know Cindy Energia, you know how the union has been growing, going from technical discussions, they evolve, bringing evolution to our state, defending the interests of the state, so that Ceará will continue to generate jobs and development. So I have this role, an executive role in the union. I'm a financial director, so I won't say much more because protecting, performing planning, financial planning of the union, but I am quite satisfied with Carlos, the whole directive of the union, which I am so proud of, seeing the union stronger and stronger, and always with support from the Federation of Industry, Dr. Jurendi, Joaquin Roling, and so many others that are part of this energy transition that is showing up very frequently, and there's a recent, which is a lot of green hydrogen desalination. So instead, I will need more energy. That it is renewable energy. All right, Jonas. So just spoke very well. I'm going to just add by asking you all to go to Pro Energia. It's an event that will happen 21 and 22 of September. And the main subject will be energy transition. Cindy Energia said at least 3 matters, with a lot of strong acting. President Elias do Carmo, Benito Aguiar, and Luis Carlos Queiroz, speeding things up. So I'd like to ask you towards the energy transition. Pro Energias 21 and 22 will be in the event center, and it will be a hybrid event. It will be a hybrid event with many subjects just being discussed, and people think that energy transition is just green energy or green hydrogen, either solar or wind energy, but we have an industry that there is a boiler there that consumes BPF oil. What is that? It's an oil, a heavy oil, so that if for you to move that oil, it's a very rough job. So if you take this fuel, this boiler, this oven, and turn it into a natural gas oven, this is also energy transition, because natural gas is has much less emissions than BPF oil from the point of view of productivity and production. So energy transition might be speaking when you move forward from a fuel element that emits a certain amount towards another one which emits a lesser amount, you are in a process of energy transition. So this is one of the subjects, many others. Energy efficiency. Once you also reduce your energy, electrical energy consumption, using more efficient equipment or a more efficient process, and producing the same amount of kilowatt per hour with a higher amount, you will be making your process more efficient, and this is also energy efficiency. So the pillars mentioned by Irena, the renewable energy source, and you see here basically four or five pillars. One of them is better use of renewable energy. That's what everybody's talking about, green hydrogen. I'm going to have to use that? No. If you can use electrical energy directly and it's clean energy, that is even better. Hydrogen is more of a process if you can't electrify, so you say that first off, energy efficiency. You can't electrify a process and use fossil fuel. Actually, sometimes a moment it's necessary, but not forever. You electrify a vehicle, well, you need to be careful that energy will be clean energy. And green hydrogen, projected as 2050, now hydrogen is just 1% of the world's energy is hydrogen. The idea is to go through 10 and 20% of all consumable energy in the world will be through hydrogen. So all these subjects will be on the discussion board of ProEnergia. So I'm thankful for you. So you can have your final words, and I ask you something in your final word. The question is for AB Solar. As I said, it was an entity that is part. It's done a great job. Now the question is, what are the future projections for solar energy in Brazil? You stated quite well what we had today.
Total de uma matriz de 180 ou 190, que já é uma.
It's a good indication, but it's far from other countries. If you take consumption per capita, use per capita of solar energy in Brazil, what are the future projections? What is AB Solar contributing towards the future? And your final considerations. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for your question. Brazil, mind that the solar is 12 gigs of distributed generation, but plus 17 plus 6, so Brazil must be getting 23 gigs until 2020 and 2022. It's a forecast that is at risk due to the increase of the taxes, increase of. Just so you have an idea, due to interest rates, comparing to 2021, the only months that was better in 2022 than these other months was the month of March. We know that this reflects very strongly due to the increase of the interest rates. So AB Solar, it's the conservative idea, and has these exercises in Brazil are very difficult, but thank God we have Bloomberg, that we have EPE, which gives us a forecast for the next few years. ETE says that Brazil must have up till 2030 around 37 gigs, and Bloomberg says that up till 2050 we should be reaching 121 gigawatts of solar energy distributed and centralized. So it's a blue ocean. It's not at the speed which things are going on in other countries, but AB Solar, through its programs of development of solar energy in the States, we've moved forward with the solar program and so many others that it supports, so that solar energy develops faster, as you said. It will be more accessible for people and access to solar energy. And we work tirelessly. Brazil is still behind. We're moving forward. I don't want to have that vision that we're behind. It's more about being satisfied that we're growing, but bothered by the fact that we can't lose our rate of work. The next few years, I don't see us slowing down. 3 gigawatts per year, that's a decent forecast. Maybe Solar has not divulged any estimate for next year. We know that there is a change we know that the CP is delayed, has had a 1413 law, and in 2023 it's going to be very, very interesting for the solar energy market and distributed generation. Those are my final thoughts. So thank you, Joaquin, for the invitation, and also like to thank you. That will be the date we're having 21 and 22 in September. I don't know, I'm wrong. That's it. Thank you for the invitation. It's always great talking about this subject matter, and I hope you all do very well. You can count on us. Thank you all. Thank you for the time.
Valeu, mais uma vez agradeço.
Once again, I'd like to thank you for the comprehension of you. I can see that nobody left. Nobody's leaving. We'll stay here.
Outro painel, mas estou vendo aqui. Muito obrigado pela compreensão.
Thank you for your comprehension.
Às vezes o tempo às vezes não dá o que a gente queria, né? Mas eu vou chamar agora aqui.
So now I will call my friend Orlando Franzano. He's director of Solar Coca-Cola. So he has a lot of experience in the logistical sector and supplies. And I think it's actually, we've seen relating to green hydrogen, one of the biggest challenges is the logistical side of things. And when it comes to the supply chain development, so Orlando, he has a lot of experience. He's director of Solar Coca-Cola, and he can provide us very important knowledge. So thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Boa noite. Na realidade, eu acho.
Actually, I think I'm gonna. It was we had some very good presentations we had till now. So I'm going to mention a bit of what was said in our eyes in the production sector, especially on our side. So first off, we were talking a lot about supply, right? Supply chain in a general matter, and how fragile our supply chain is. We just left the pandemic. We went into a war. So now we're just suffering due to a lack of products. Now, due to inflation, scaled inflation, see that this consideration, a lot of productive points, without having any offer on the other side, without diversifying from suppliers and commercial partners, it brings a few problems in the long run. I think this was said actually at some point, and we suffered this, and we're suffering right now. So supply is something important. If we have 30-40% of energy in Europe coming from one place, for you to have the equipment, chips being produced in another place, pretty soon, it's when you need it, you won't have it. Another part is the transition itself. That's the macro point of view. There's the speed at which I go in with energy, renewable energy, and the gradient I have for investment, for instance, refineries in the world. We suffer the diesel risk that the GDP will grow at the speed it will need to. You need to pay attention to this gradient of new energies coming in and others exiting. So try to avoid it. These jobs are not easy. They're not simple. We need to see this. We need to have clear policies to define your path, because we need low prices, but you need to look what you want. You need to have the vision and to chase this vision. So your vision is to chase after changing chains towards a more clean chain, and now we already have technology to do this, and technology of very accessible costs, so we can do this. No matter the short term. And I think that the third point that was mentioned here is integration of technologies. There's not one or the other, there's them, and some of them combine. And I don't think today we're going to meet these one side, wind and solar, in a certain manner, well consolidated, with a gradient of implementation, high implementation. We saw the graphic, Jonas' graphic, the costs it generated, how it went down. 10 years ago, you practically did not see, you had no bids. Bids didn't participate on solar energy didn't participate in this bids. Now they seem like to be the big players. You take a look 10 years ago, you did not have more than 85% or hydroelectric. Now, even if consumption goes up more than 3.5%, you can see hydro energy at 53%. So, seeing and focusing what we already know and bringing in expansive knowledge and to find ways to expand further, I think it's absurd for us to not be able to have an evolution on GD, to have a patrimony, intellectual patrimony that we have that is technological, within being find an island, for instance. And another point is the new technology, that there's hydrogen, there's other technologies that will be part of it. You start to look towards hydrogen and will function, and the fossil chain, fuel chain, and what will be the technology? Will be batteries, 100% electrical. Will be a mix of cells, more electrical, hydrogen and fuels, batteries, and I think we will have a series of combinations that we're working on, and we will need to realize that, create models, create infrastructure to be able to do this. The first pillar is how I start this whole chain, this environmental benefits. It's starting from a carbon mining process. That would be the control, and it changes a bit when you compare it to green hydrogen. This is this blockchain, let's say, for you to be able to pick up from the beginning to end and see what is the best model you can use is very difficult, very complicated. Nobody says this information. You need to go really in depth. I think it was great what you said, Joaquin, about the biggest producer in the world is China. You can see the percentage of clean energy compared to ours. Well, a lot of what I'm importing from there has a more expensive weight. We're not putting that on the supply bill. It's important to put that as a base, and here, for me, it's summary, what I see. These free, I'm going to combine these free pillars in some way to measure what I'm doing. I have 100-ish trucks from Coca-Cola, and I'm looking at a benefit, but I don't know from the start what's going on. Another point we're looking at is leave our frontier a bit. Bring our commercial partners, suppliers, as well as the partners that we relate to commercially, towards the same mindset of having options, actually financially. So this is a very strong barrier. Important to keep this in mind because a lot more separated. More than 300,000 sales points. So for us to chase this for our sales points is very important, very interesting.
Orlando, 2 minutos, por gentileza. 2 minutos.
2 minutes, please. I'm just finishing up. Thank you. So I think that's one of the points that I see as having more opportunities. Supply chain, infrastructure, logistics, gearing for diversification, gradient where I come in, renewable energy. They control this whole supply chain. That was it. So thank you so much for your very important words here. The industrial sector. So final words so that we can close this, and I will give you the chance to close our panel. Due to our Mauro Costa, I wanted to thank him. Maybe I apologize for going over time. You can just close the panel. I don't deserve this honor, but I will do it. We're at the right time, at the right country, making things happen. And I'm going to look at, within Brazil, we're the only country that exports fuel technology. A good part of the fuel, the consumption, is ethanol. In India, for ethanol technology. Thailand, same thing. It's very renewable. They can improve this marketing a lot more. It can improve a lot. We have a lot to do. And within Brazil, is the best place to do it is the Northeast, close to the equatorial, and Ceará is one of the best places because it's a country, it's a state which can, within this, to be the leader of conversion from the fuel point of view, like hydrogen, biogas. We are pioneers in biogas. This was the first. From the point of view of the environment, we're an equator. That was my consideration.
Muito obrigado. Quero agradecer demais aos nossos palestrantes.
Elba
Ganon, seu Orlando Fiorenzano e o Jonas Becker. Meu querido Joaquim Rolim, pela mediação, sempre muito competente, com essa leveza característica do nosso querido Joaquim Rolim, fazer a nossa foto oficial. E nós vamos seguir, porque nós temos o nosso quarto e último painel, nosso painel de encerramento do primeiro dia do Ceará Global 2022. Nós vamos agora falar um pouquinho mais sobre... Na verdade, o Ceará Global, eu esqueci de comentar com vocês, né? Os nossos temas centrais dessa edição giram em torno de negócios de impacto nos setores de economia do mar, economia criativa e transição energética, como que ouvimos agora, trazendo grandes personalidades de referência em suas áreas de atuação. Personalidade de referência, como nós veremos agora, neste último painel, cujo tema é Rotas Estratégicas, por que acelerar? Vou pedir agora a nossa vinheta, por favor.
Why to accelerate them?
Para compor o nosso painel, quero convidar via ao palco as seguintes palestrantes.
And
Senhora
to
Lia
make up
Parente,
our
diretora de
panel, I would
planejamento do
invite
Iplanfor,
Mrs. Lia
Instituto de
Parente,
Planejamento de Fortaleza.
Director for Iplanfor.
Senhora Leila Andrade, pesquisadora do
Mrs.
Observatório
Leila
da Indústria da
Andrade,
Federação
a
das Indústrias
researcher
do
of
Estado do
the
Ceará.
Industries Observatory.
E participa de forma remota deste
And
painel a senhora
participating
Fara
remotely,
Diba Abrantes
Ms.
Braga,
Fara
PhD em
Adiba Braga,
Marketing,
PhD
pesquisadora e
Marketing
professora de
and
Marketing e
researcher,
Comportamento do Consumidor
on
do INSPER.
marketing and
Quem vai mediar esse painel
behavior
é a nossa
of
querida e
consumption.
competente Renata Santiago,
And the
diretora
moderator
administrativa
will be
financeira da
Renata
BSPAR
Santiago,
e presidente do
Financial
IBEF,
Director
o
for
Instituto Brasileiro de
BSPAR and
Executivos e
President of
Finanças do
IBEF,
Ceará.
Executive of Finances of Ceará Institute.
Renata, nossa mediadora,
Renata,
terá 5
our
minutos para fazer a
mediator,
abertura do painel e tecer suas considerações sobre o tema, e cada palestrante disporá de 10 minutos para a sua apresentação. Quando faltarem 2 minutinhos para o encerramento de cada apresentação, a produção irá avisá-las para nós mantermos o nosso tempo, que infelizmente está um pouquinho estourado. Peço até desculpas a vocês, a nossa plateia e a nossa audiência nas redes sociais. Renata, por favor.
Delay and our social media. So, Renata, please. Well, good evening. On behalf of Mr. Romulo, I greet you all. It's a great joy to me. Double joy, I would say. A joy as an invitee to be here, and also as a host of our BS Design, a project that we've conceived together with our president. And good afternoon to our colleagues, stage colleagues. And I talk a lot about IBEF. And I am here amongst friends. So it's a great joy to be here, seeing these woman protagonism. A panel made of women, showing how competent we are in our state. And I'm very happy to be able to talk about a theme that calls my attention in a particular way, because it's been a theme. Some friends, they are aware of the economics and management faculty with the Federal University of Ceará. In 1997, I finished my economics graduation, and my conclusion, undergraduation conclusion work was about women protagonism. And through Mr. Beto Studard, my president, he brought the theme here to the Industries Federation. And 12 strategic routes: water, biotechnology, civil construction and non-metallic minerals, blue economy, electro, metal mechanics, energy, agribusiness, feeding industry, environment, consumption products, IT, health, tourism, and creative economy. And the last one, but not least, public safety. So I'm very happy to tell how the theme is being approached by my president, Mr. Beto Studard, and to see President Ricardo Cavalcanti highlighting the theme in the current, in his term. And to see here in Ceará Global, we've discussed a lot about droughts, poverty, difficulties, and now we are seeing the panel talking about transition, energy transition. Our state transformed the sun and the wind in a different show.
Nos remetia a essa dificuldade, hoje a gente falando dessa prosperidade, né? Então fico muito.
And then I am very happy for us to be talking about creative economy. I'm here with this embroidery on me that is made by local manufacturer, bringing our beauties to the world. And I am very happy to be here with these women. I confess that I don't like to read these resumes, with all that formalities and circumstances. I think that's nice, but I think we're doing the formats for the events. And I've used my network to know who was Lia Parente. And my network showed me that Lia is an out-of-the-box thinker. That's how my network defined you. And Leila Andrade, she's a constructor of bridges. My friend Farah Adiba, she is thinking out of the box for a while. And we met in 1999 when I love to tell this story. On training on how to impact people and how to speak to the public. And I'm here with amongst out-of-the-box women. And Lia will talk about Fortaleza 2040 strategic plan. So I thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much for the nickname given. I've had this pleasure to participate in this 2040. That our city wouldn't have a future if we could not de-accelerate the inequalities. We were the fifth unequal city in the world. We had high rates of mortality, and in the beginning of 2016, we've had a forecast about our GDP loss due to this excessive mortality of youngsters and homicide mostly. A very sad situation. And segregation, exclusion, so inequalities in terms of territory, of well-being, infrastructure, etc. So we made a plan to address all this. So in 2012, we saw that 42% of the population had no access to basic infrastructure. It's almost a non-city situation, very impacting. And we've ordered a study we've asked for a research from an epidemiologist, and then we discovered that chikungunya, dengue fever, all the main endemic diseases were, over these 42% of population, so medieval diseases like dengue, syphilis, and Hanseníasis in these 42%, with these 42%. And I've been we've had 150 consultants working on this plan. So like we've mined talents for this, and also I've made part of Ceará 2050. And we've raised data, we did research, we've created cartography, collaborative maps, data raising within the communities, and then we've performed these we did the studies, and then we raised the themes, and we thought about the themes with through a joint vision, and the process was fully opened, no restrictions to participation, no delegation, so totally direct and open. So, and then we've checked the propositions with people from finances, and to break that idea that, oh, we can't change because we don't have money. We've had more than 10,000 people, including in-person and digital, and then we've had those great challenges ahead. Without them, we wouldn't leave the point. And mainly reducing territorial inequalities, social and economical inequalities, and economic inequalities. Then the other points are just mirroring the inequalities and that challenges.
Cada dessas questões, elas são produzidas e são afetadas.
They needed to be thought as a holistic and synchronic integral plans. So these 2040 plan integrates 32 structured policies within 7 axes. And we needed to create a state plan and a model for governance to make the continuation feasible. It was not a plan for a term, it was a plan for 2040, and what was not only municipality action, it was a vision about all the spheres, all the entities over the municipality. And then we've structured sectoral chambers to follow up the integration of the plans, including bodies from all the spheres and all the jurisdictions. With 15 chambers, so we have a system that is accessible online, showing the evolution of these initiatives. SIGA 2040, so you can access our system through SIGA. And the territorial forums, so we've redivided the city. We've decided that this redivision would create more regional secretariats. And we have this city halls, and to be closer to the communities, and we've developed metrics and a platform for evaluation. So then we have all the studies elaborated. We've had collaborative maps. We have a big platform of maps to Fortaleza created during this process. And then we've developed lots of projects, and they are in our platform. And then we have all the agenda to be monitored. And we have also the strategic indicators. We are fully aligned to meet the 17 SDGs. We've created a relationship with all the SDGs. And we have the challenge to monitor this plan because the phenomena are very complex. We may be working very well some strategies, but for example, deaths of black youngsters. We have racism, we have school dropout, we have pregnancy and early age. For example, these youngsters dying, they are sons and daughters of young mothers. And we have very good results. We are arriving to the targets established. Obviously, I believe in some points during the pandemic years, we've had some step backs. Next presentation, please, quickly, just to show you that we have monitoring on the action. So the plan has been effective regarding acceleration of the goals, of the targets established. We have 27 global targets and indicators, every and each one of them aligned to the SDGs, and then we have a good result within the economic target. These future columns, what we are getting in terms of leveraging the GDP, the population, 14 years old, under 14 years old, reducing informal job post proportion in terms of generation. So we have been achieving some targets, and we can assess 2020, 2021 also, not yet, but we try to keep up the good work despite the pandemic. Some targets we are almost done with, some targets established to 2040. So this is a result of an integral work, and then city strategy. Obviously, each term, each new elected executive changes a little bit things, and but I'm showing you that we're managing to reach the final goal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. I know for the sake of time, you presented very quickly. But as a citizen from Fortaleza, I usually say that I don't have problems with age. I can't tell my age. I am almost 50 and I'm loving my 50s. And Ceará, the Fortaleza, I have a son nowadays in his teenager years. And Fortaleza, by my time as a teenager, is much more diverse, but now it's much more diverse comparing to my time, but much more violent as well. And would you be able to establish the main goal of Fortaleza 2040? If, at a glance, targets of per capita GDP, etc., if you could translate in one goal, what is the main goal of the 2040 goal? Well, reduction of inequalities. Okay, that's a great hinder for any place in the world. Inequalities. With greater the inequalities, greater the violence. So violence is not only about poverty. If I have too much rich people and too much poor people, a few rich people and too much poor people, and with all the hubs, the good hubs, we've received the bad hubs. So hub of human traffic, a hub for human traffic, drug traffic, terrible schemes, terrible routes for violence and the drugs. Drugs, they represent a sector. They are a strong sector, and we have the criminal factions coming here. In some territories we have roads dividing factions territories. So a member, so an inhabitant of one side of the road cannot cross it, risking to be murdered. So this is a very complex and delicate situation. We need to dialogue with these economies, but bottom line, inequalities. Everything we do is to reduce inequalities. Gender, race, ageism, territories, conditions to housing. Wow, very nice. Maybe in next time we'll maybe next time we'll address this issue more deeply. And now we have another lecturer at Strategies for Economic Development. Well, I greet you, all the participants, on behalf of our moderator and the presence of Dr. Leah. We've worked together in the 2040. We've been developing the strategic routes by the same time. And now I will show you some slides about this development, and it's a very nice sensation to be here presenting this work, a work that is changing the reality for the sectors that we've pointed out as strategic. As Renata commented, this work has been conceived by our leader, Sampaio Filho, and Mr. Beto Studert in the beginning of 2040, 2015, 2014, 2015. We've had a mapping for the future planners, and then we've started the strategic routes, work based on a strategic perspective and efforts synergy, generating a governance, a proprietary governance for these sectors pointed out as the most important ones to develop the state. And this governance led us to be able to develop the works. And the industry development has been based on informatory analysis of patents, analysis of scientific papers, collaborating with the industry, with data from academic for better decision making. Our work happened in this flow. In 2014 we had identified 14 sectors that could be leverages for the economic development for our state. And when pointing out those sectors, we've developed these long-term strategic routes, implementing some actions through the so-called master plan program with the governance. She named me as a bridge maker, and I became a bridge maker because of the strategic collaboration. In order to develop economy, I usually say that the greatest potential of our state is our people. We are the greatest potential, greatest asset of our state. We are visionary by nature, and technology collaborated for this development. So the industry observatory is a sector within the so-called System S, or S system, the Sebrae, FIEC, and others, and putting together the civil society in order to decide which routes would we get, and developing impactful programs for the state. And then we've realized that this human capital was a fundamental factor to be developed, and then hence the program professional profiles for the future. So it's a mapping of profiles that will be demanded from the industry until 2035. And this work is developed through sectors. Each sector has its professional profile that will be demanded to 2035, that is very rich to the students, to the researchers. Students, when they are looking to a career, looking to their professional development. As Renata said, these are the sectors, future carriers, where the roots were born. And the roots are a cooperation amongst specialists, stakeholders that have discussed which actions would be more important developed in these sectors and segments for our state to be in the tier we are today. So it all started in 2014, and with a bit of surprise, just a bit, because it's the fruit of our work, of everyone present here, Mr. Beto Gradval, Mr. Romulo, leaders for the blue economy, the sea economy, acting effectively for these developments. So I would have to say lots of names, because I love to remember about the bridges we've created to develop our state. So I'll try to be to summarize. I'll try to summarize my lecture. So that's the structure of the roadmap. We have initiatives pointed out to the logistics sector, the short-term and long-term visions for a synergic results. We have panels of specialists with the main critical factors for the success, to achieve success or a successful vision of future. So it shows the roadmap for the strategic route. I don't know if you are aware, but please access our website to have access to our documents, and when you can see pathways for the future through a sketch of a collaborative vision to be reached to 2025, through a convergent agenda identifying social and technological features that are important, elaborating a map with a possible and desirable trajectory. These are the numbers of our project: more than 2,100 participants, more than 39 visions of the future conceived collectively, more than 5,000 strategic actions mapped, and 215 identified key technologies, 15 prioritarian agenda, and more than 50 projects already concluded and under development, developed by the Federation through its observatory. So this is an example. There's the prioritarian agenda, this planning priority agenda, and we've found interesting to develop some initiatives, and then we've managed to build bridges with the state government, with ADESE, and the local and national academia to develop these project portfolio. And we have these production in each one of the sectors pointed out. Professional profiles, so the manpower that will be demanded until 2035. So this document has lots of domains necessary for the professionals, and we've replicated our methodology to the Federal University of Ceará, if I am not mistaken, for the mathematics sector. They've absorbed a little bit of this content for their matrix adequacy. Well, I'm a fishing engineer, and I work more close to the sea economy. And we named the project Sea of Opportunities, Ocean of Opportunities. So I won't enter in the details because I work directly with these projects, and then another project that is very interesting, it's called Rastum, an internationally awarded project, and awarded from the national entities for the industry and developed with a network of partners, unions, so companies, unions, and academia to sustainably develop the sector. So they're very keen on sustainability of the populations in the maritime environment. They want to track the production chain of this fishing. There is a tuna. It's an organism, a pelagic organism inhabiting international waters. It needs to be protected, need to be managed properly. And this tracking system will assure that we have a better management of this fishing. Thing that we don't have today in the Brazilian level. You don't have a good tracking system for data. In this pilot project, it tracks the data from this fishing. Now this methodology has been awarded in 2019 by PwC. The name is Excellences Mare. The name of the award I would like to highlight is a great supporter we have is Sebrae to develop all these projects as other supporters. We have projects towards social issues. It's called Elas por Elas. Awarded in second place in a ILO award. And we have the Wind and Solar Atlas for the state, making our state visible to foreign investors. Technological frontiers, bringing the need of bio and nanotechnology training within industries. And we train these human resources, and these human resources will be hired by the industries. And FIEC by their unions and observatories is supporting our state as a green hydrogen hub. We have more than 20 billion in memorandums of understanding. Recently, we've had FIEC Summit promoting the debate on this theme. More than 20,000 attendees, 23 states in Brazil participating, and then the Ministry for the Environment told us about the importance of offshore wind farm projects. So our state is an ocean of opportunities. I would like to thank Romulo again. If you are willing to know better our work, you can see it through our website. So have a nice night, and thank you very much. Thank you for your words, and I agree when you said, so the great differential of our state is our people. Yes, and people, we have lots of adopted citizens, right? Like Romulo, we have a massive amount of imported assets. So they became like us, right? and our friend Farah, she wanna come back, but family is a hinder. And you told us about Ceará, and Dr. Beto Studat talks a lot about academia and the true economy, so the real economy. And when I was a student, I felt this distancing. And I was talking with some colleagues of mine that I remember the day that my family told me to study economics because I was good in history and mathematics, but the application of what I've studied was totally different from pure science. And I would like you to answer me about how do you manage to put together academia and the population, in the base of the pyramid. If you could address this. Well, we have the Institute Evaldo Lodi through trainee programs, internship programs, trying to get academia and industry more close. Obviously, the sea economy, this ocean or blue economy was not that developed, and we've managed to get closer the industries and the courses related. And we have here Roberto Gradval, and we have Cindy Frios, the companies. One of our industries union. But bottom line, we from the observatory, we are always trying to build synergy, building bridges, dialogues with a project that make the industry more bring more benefits to the industries. For example, one of these initiatives we've made with the sea economy, one of our interns, she's been hired by Dell Computers, and we've had other interns absorbed by other manufacturing industries, and we also support the training of these professionals. The greater differential of FIEC is that we attract people, and I loved this thing about building bridges in terms of developing beneficial initiatives for the society. So FIEC is about training human capital to generate job posts and to generate income and other things like ESG. And I think in the observatory we are also have this look, and Instituto Evaldo Lodi is the department that puts more in a more close position academia and industry. Rastum also is an example. We sought academia to train our professionals, and professionals are still getting jobs. And thank you for your lecture, your answer, and I'll tell you afterwards who said you are a bridge builder. And now Farah, are you living in São Paulo, Mrs. Farah? Farah Adiba Abrantes Braga. Talking a little bit about conscious consumption. I would like to thank the participation, to thank the invitation, and I'll try to contribute with this conscious consumption theme. Well, I am 22 years far from Fortaleza, but 3 to 4 times per year I come back You know, there's a saying that states that prodigal son always return. So let's wait for that. And I'll try to be brief, and I will start talking, trying to put together everything you told us. Actually, the event and all the themes related and this panel there are very aligned with the United Nations Agenda, 2030 Agenda, with all the SDGs and sustainable development, etc. So let me see if I can put my presentation in. So we have this agenda of sustainable development built by the United Nations that consists on a global agenda where the main topics are end poverty and hunger, improve quality, education quality, and gender equality. Many of these issues have been addressed during the event, and Leila Andrade and Lia Parente representing very well our women category. And our final goal is to put together institutions around the globe, you know, that can help reaching these goals. Because we have studies pointing out that we cannot have a sustainable planet without reuniting all these pillars, and we have three basic dimensions. So economic, social, and environmental. And again, I'm very happy with this presentation of Fortaleza 2040. That's when it addresses inequalities. That is one of the social dimensions. So economic, social, and dimension and environment dimensions, they shall be integral to each other, and also they shall be balanced. And amongst these 17 goals, I will comment on just complementing, and I will talk about my main topic. And what I will talk first is ending poverty, ending hunger, and we have a great effort on this, mainly post-pandemic. We've had more than 130 million around the globe taken below the poverty line. We have more than 52 million people below the poverty line in Brazil. And this rather, I'm seeing too. I've been following up some initiatives from City Hall and Fortaleza 2040, and we have another SDG that is health and well-being for all. And it's important that we highlight, that we point out that only 10 million inhabitants in Brazil, they have access to private health insurance. So we need to reinforce the so-called SUS, the single health system, or a unified health system. And we are the fifth country in terms of homicide and also basic education. We know that the pandemic harmed approximately 5 million Brazilian students between 6 to 17 years old. So when we talk about sustainability, we need to think about all these dimensions because they're intrinsically connected. And I'm happy to see I've been following up our state and our city advancements, but we have these points to address. And obviously, Um, I have no doubt that these programs will lead Fortaleza to overcome all the bottlenecks. And now I will talk about the objectives. They have to do with my study objective, that is conscious or sustainable consumption. And we are always concerned about the companies to be sustainable, but I'm bringing you the consumer side. You know, marketing and behavioral sciences, they can help together with the policies, with the policymakers. They can help these behavioral change, and also from the consumers. It's not about only an industrial effort, but the consumers, they may and they can help. And then I bring some cases recently studied in the sense that I would like to share with you. Today I represent academia here, right? For those who are not aware of who I am, I made part of the FIEC. I made part of FIEC. FIEC is my second house. I've helped to build International Center for Businesses. I've been in the corporate side for a while, and now I'm on the academia side. And but everything I do is always connected with companies and to impact society. So then, based on that, I make part of this moment from the academia that is called Better Market for a Better World. And basically, if I'm thinking as a company owner, I can think in a business beyond profit. And so how this business can benefit society as a whole. And then we've seen a great amount of numbers talking about sustainability, job posts, revenue generation, and on the other hand, we have the behavioral side. How do I bring consumers? Because I am an individual and I am a consumer also. So, on how to be sustainable in all dimensions, so social,
Fará, por
economic,
favor,
and
2 minutos
environment.
para o final da
2
apresentação.
minutes, Professor, please.
O
Already.
reloginho está implacável aqui, mas eu vou ser complacente. Vai lá.
Okay, so let me show you some initiatives from academia when we are talking about social and economic impact. The study performed with a vulnerable population. So we have a disconnection between what companies offer for these people and what they buy. So we have a disconnection between. And then, as a finding of this study, what this population lacks is some kind of market literacy. So how do I buy? How do I interact with this environment? And then it's been found that public policies, the managers and the companies themselves, they may create initiatives and programs that would help educate this population for it to be part of the market, and then from this start to get included. So it has to do with inequalities reduction and the social dimensions and also the economic one. Another behavior is the pro-social, so the contribution behavior. We see lots of non-governmental organizations non-profit organizations. In other words, contributing to society, making their part, playing their part in playing their role in the play, etc. And Brazil is developing a culture of non-profit organizations. And this study found that based on these, on the current donor population, you can build predictive models to be more assertive when you are willing to bring more people to develop this behavior on the individual, to stimulate the individual to be more donor. Another thing, when we talk about climate and sustainability, this study identified using influencers, and then they discovered that they stimulated farmers in China to adopt an eco-friendly pesticide, because if it was not, they they were not sure about the effectiveness of the friendly pesticides, environment friendly pesticides. And then through social media, through influencers, these eco-friendly pesticides have been shown as effective, and then the farmers started to use the products when shown by the influencers. Other initiatives, like some fancy products. Fancy products, they have fancy prices, right? And they are more environmentally friendly, right? More sustainable. So to highlight these changes, to leave this fast fashion and to go into slow fashion, buy something that is more long lasting. And then we need to emphasize to change this behavior with the consumer. And lastly, another experiment. We've started to think about banning straws and plastic, but we found that the practice shall be changed, not the behavior, because that was so intrinsically embedded to our lives that the habit would be very difficult to change. So, and then habit instead of behavior. And then I bring here some initiatives that can be used by companies or by public managers to help consumers to change their behaviors or their habits. So if you want to help someone not to get in debt with their credit cards, yeah, so because a default or for example, indebtedness behavior is not sustainable. And in the Hamburg metropolitan, the stations, they would like to promote more exercises to people, so they've built a stair-alike or running track-alike station, right? And then changing the cutlery size. It contributed to people to reduce the amount of food and also eating more healthy. So it's another way of using behavioral sciences and marketing to effectiveness. This is very famous. Picture. This is a picture of a fly. It avoided in an airport of Amsterdam 80% of overflow when when um, when pissing. And other examples related to our theme, so how to help consumers to is less energy. So you can send them SMS messages and put in their all bank slip or bill comparing their usage. This is well known. This is my penultimate slide to use this information, like showing the effects, showing how much damage you do when you use a lot of products, and then fostering conscious consumption. So the idea of talking about sustainability is to work intrinsically within these three pillars: associate, social, environment, and others, and economic. Engaging the whole society, building a better future to everyone. Because sustainability, it has to do with development and also guaranteeing the future for the next generations. And we've been observing the destruction, so much destruction in the world. So as the experts usually say, there's no planet B. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your words and for your illustrations. So very interesting. We notice when yes, we noticed that you became a world citizen. So you don't even sometimes you lost. Sometimes you don't know the words in Portuguese anymore. So congratulations. And now I will ask for the final remarks of each one of the participants in order to close the panel. So who's gonna start? Well, I can finalize. Well, just reiterating what I just told. We need to build an economy. When we talk about sustainability or green economy, we need to build an economy that results in equity, well-being, and by the same time reducing significantly the resources usage and ecological scarcity. And I think that's the pathway, and I'm reassured with the event. Thank you very much. Thank you, Farah. I love your theme. I think without it, we can do nothing. It's lovely to be here, and I'm very happy and about the 2015-2040 routes, state and municipality. They are very integral to each other. We use studies from both, and we see that it's a fruitful pathway. We have a lot to do ahead, but when we start seeing these actions for strategical planning, we see they're agglutinating with governance, more collaborative and more integral when we have FIEC, private sector, population, communities. We see the results, and I believe in people from Ceará. I believe in our creativity. Sometimes we bother other states because we achieve posts around in the universities, etc. And I think we can be a very significant state in the future for the country. Yes, I would like to thank for the opportunity to be here. I've been honored to be here with fellow women, women collaborating to our state development. And I would like to tell you that we keep up building bridges and unifying efforts for the sectors of our state, focusing in bringing Ceará to the world. Bottom line, the greatest differential of our state is our people. So 2040 and 2050 shall come. We are waiting for you. Thank you, Ms. Thank you, the lecturers. Thank you, the moderator.
Bom, e nós chegamos ao final da nossa programação no primeiro dia do Ceará Global, mas amanhã teremos muito mais conteúdo, outros tantos insights, tantas ideias, relatos de experiências de sucesso, intercâmbio de experiência. Nosso segundo dia do Ceará Global começa às 14 horas aqui no auditório do BS Design Corporate Towers e na transmissão para você que está assistindo conosco por meio da plataforma Metrópole Virtual. Teremos uma série de painéis com temas como atração de investimentos
Digitally, we'll have a series of panels about blue economy, foreign investments, creative economy, foreign trade, and much more. I thank you for your presence, and you are here with us until now. And on behalf of our interpretation team, we thank you for your attention. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Na área externa do auditório, teremos saxofone, teremos um drink, DJ, um pouco de tudo. Vamos lá para o nosso coquetel. Boa noite a todos, muito obrigado e até amanhã. Ceará Global 2022.